again around when time reached to, I thought they'd be talking because the last time when they were doing it, nobody was talking. The CCC was defending it. Today now, it can't do Jeremiah couldn't share money and they complaining. Thank God, you're not sharing your mom or Ghanaian or African people, you share them on the same anybody. So they're not party. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for the show.
All right, you are welcome. Again, call us on 0555-101075. This is Spoon Talk right here on Spoon 107.5 FM. We are also live on Fabric 101.1. We are live on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV, and across other platforms in Liberia. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, we welcome you. Please share the show across your different social media platforms. Welcome everybody to come and, watch the show and listen as well. It is time to learn. Of course, the CEO is going to be here with the rest of the panelists, and we told you earlier that President Joseph Nimba invited Embattled Speaker J. Fonanti Kofa to his residence for a meeting ahead of Supreme Court's ruling. At the same time, Nimba County is the hot seat right now, so everybody is talking about Nimba, looking towards Nimba for the by-election that is going on. It's going to happen on the 22nd, and that is on Tuesday next week. Today is Good Friday. Somebody said, what is good about the Friday when today was the day that is, crucified our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? So in our country today, it's like a half holiday, it's a basic kind of holiday. People worked for half day, but the day went on and people are going to church. There are different religious programs, activities across the country. 0555-101075. Call us and be live on the show. Good evening. Okay, 0555-101075. Good evening from Spoon Studio. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, welcome to the show. What is your name? Where are you calling us from?
Yeah, my name is Stanley. We're calling from Omatari.
Omatari. All right. So what is on your mind, Stanley?
Yeah, my attention due to the Nimba by-election.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremiah Europe was saying we have one Nimba senator and then we also get Gil senator. But they're forgetting to know that two Gil presidents are served as senator in Nimba. So what they never say, then they have one Gil senator who are Prince Johnson, you have another Manon senator. But two Gil senators, Thomas Groupie and Prince Johnson, were two Gil presidents that served as senator in Nimba. So what only this come around is you have one Gil senator, Manon senator, before two Gil senators and serve as senator for Nimba. So I think what Jeremiah is saying, not being truthful to the people. Two Gil presidents serve as senator for Nimba, which means when two Manon presidents serve as senator, they will not be bad for the country. It's what been happening before. So I want my mind.
Thank you very much. Like I said, Nimba County is the hot spot right now in Liberia. For those us, in the diaspora, you have been getting all the Jews coming from Nimba via this network. So you heard him. He said it's time for the Manon people to serve too. Nimba being where the Giu and Nimba people are from. There are a few Peles and Mandingos also from Nimba as well. So the Manon people say, they said too, they won't be senator. 0555-101075. Good evening.
Good evening, Lorena. Let me say good evening to the listening public and to Dr. Francine Special Chinove Richardson in the words of Stanton Arizona World Spoon.
Mm-hmm.
My name is Moses Tuasonya. I'm calling you from GSA Road, Rock Hill.
All right. What's on your mind?
Yeah, Lorena, what's on my mind? Two things shortly. One has to do with the road that are coming up Rock Hill here. I want to first thank the Minister of Public Welfare, Rudian Lafayette Giddy. As we can see, a little relief. But, unfortunately, this community, since 2011, Lorena, can you imagine, I left from here when my people, Martin Kula, were in the election, we were doing some things. And when I started coming here, I said, I said, hey, go, it's been 14 years. So for the minister to be doing such an intervention is good, but I want to call the government attention. This community needs a public school. The community needs a public clinic. And the issue is just simple. Government, you cannot come election time, you come here, you get the people vote, then after election, you leave them. It's not good.
Okay. Thank you. All right. 0555-101075. Call and be live on the show. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, we'll also welcome you, all of those watching via social media. I told you earlier, we are live on Spoon TV, we are live on Fabric, we are live on Super, we are live on Spoon FM, and we are also live on Spoon Talk, and that is on YouTube. And the YouTuber Samuel Peters, we see you. You know, they say you can call, people can call, all the people watching via Facebook, but they don't call those from those that are watching via YouTube. Good evening. So we say all of you are recognized. Okay, thank you for being there. Please share the show. Good evening.
How are you?
I'm okay. What is your name? Where are you calling from? Ansu, what's on your mind?
Yeah, my concern had to do with the election on the by election with the Nimba country. I really want for this point to be sharing your country.
You want what?
My concern to my people in Nimba country, my Muslim brother and my new brother and my sister and my mother. They by election in Nimba, where can this so get buck up?
I didn't get you.
We will not keep any election. Go vote for the same thing, the war coming, the same thing. The war provoke say, the war, all of them man, that they are man, the provoke even the meter, provoke talk true. But the same thing, all them can say on their man, they can pull it us out, but they are provoke the rule that are all. So he decided to pull it us out, he can see they say, our committee, not to go, you're going to be a see. But the war, all them man, that is bomb, the monarch, none of them, that is sit down home. The white mama did.
All right. Thank you for calling. He is saying the Muslims should boycott the election in Nimba County. They shouldn't vote because that is what is on their mind since Prophet Key was brave enough to voice it out. 0555-101075. Call us and be live on the show right here before the hosts come in. 0555-101075. All of you, I appreciate it for being there. Those that are watching and those that are listening, we can get into it. Wait for the bosses to come and get into it. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, what is your name? You on Spoon Talk?
Darren Walipi from 540, Congo Town.
District 10. What's on your mind?
What on my mind this evening is that our legislature, especially the representative, the problem in the house there, pretty soon the Supreme Court will be talking about it. Will be the final verdict, I believe so. And our people bow by the Constitution. I want to tell them, let them respect the Supreme Court. When the Supreme Court speaks, then everybody here to it. I hear to it and go by it. But if anybody who will feel that they are so great, then the Supreme Court law and defy the Supreme Court law, it can be whosoever from one side. Nobody should violate our Constitution, our Supreme Court law. When they tell you, say, this is your area, you please go and sit there. But if you violate and leave the area, then you are living off the Liberian people. Then we will stand against you. Yeah, how you are stood against us for the past time.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, there are people abide by the laws of the Constitution here.
All right.
Nobody should violate the law. When you violate the law, then you will for us, then we will stand with you.
All right, 0555-101075. He is saying the rule of law should prevail. All right, on the Supreme Court rule, nobody should feel they are above the law. 0555-101075. Call and be live on the show. Good evening.
Hello.
Yeah, what is your name?
Alede.
You are welcome. Be on the show.
I come on.
What is your name, sir? Where are you calling from?
George Mowa from GSA Kisi Camp Community, Mosoro County, Lorena.
All right. What is on your mind?
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. It's on my mind this afternoon, Lorena, concerned about the division in Asido. Special Akala and I explain them. Akala like the good different when you get married. But the most important thing about Akala and tourism. You will be talking about spoon everywhere. They want to spoon fish. They want to see spoon everywhere. But today I see Akala and putting it today. Because during that day, when they say they want to throw spoon everywhere down. And they want us to put it to go protect our area there. But I see they say that today they last, but they get their own speed on everything. Some okay, they can be better than us. But all you know, they say you know too good. But we studying as our government, they were all. A president, a former president should not last. So then they say they coming back on it on the now. They will not come back if they want to be on a President Baka. Then they kind of President Baka will get a job. But as you are trying to tell what else make the time those are people there, they are betrayed. They know what will happen with that problem. They
Thank you.
frustrate already. They tell like for money, they set you up. If you love your own country, you'll never move when you go to the next country. You marry.
Thank you very much.
So thank you so
Thank
much. I thank and what else more and person Baka for a hard way. They will worry. So what because our yellow machine I can't hear. Pretty soon we'll be marching while yellow machine and they will see that time and they will be on up. So thank you so much for the topic. Thank you.
All right. He said good afternoon. Even though he's in Liberia, well, he's 23 minutes past 8. Good evening. Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.10, 555-101075. Call us and be live right here on the show. Let us put you through. Let's hear your voice. Don't keep it in. It's time to speak about it. Good evening.
Good evening, even to our listeners.
Yeah.
This is Brother G. Lahasin, or they calling for Paisley,
Mm-hmm. So what
I
are your
hope Brother Clinton Weatherspoon is listening. You know, we get our brothers on the other side. Continue to say that this present government use propaganda and lies to come to power. And we all know very well Clinton Weatherspoon and our senator, they all help to bring the government to power. I've gone back on the same spoon talk, spreading lies and propaganda. And Weathers and Brother Stanton is just listening to them. I mean, it's so wonderful to use spoon now to be a propaganda program. You bring lies, you do authenticate what people are saying. People sit. That will come example like the last night. Yeah, our great. Yeah, even as it do. Saying that the statement that was made by Prophet Key came from the vice president. I mean, where the proof they have from there? So I beg him for the respect we get for this spoon and radio station. Lord, keep a prestige. Lord, be able to authenticate what people are saying. Let us not say, oh, this coming government spoon is using propaganda to remove the government.
Thank you very much.
I beg you. Thank you.
All right. The network appreciate all of his lovers. 0555-101075. Call and be live right here on Spawn Talk. All of you watching via on Facebook, Spawn TV Live, we appreciate you for being there. We send our greetings to you, even those watching on YouTube. You know, some people love YouTube and they have been complaining that they are not recognized. Like you, Rufus A. Wesley, welcome you. You're watching via YouTube. And also you, Samuel Peters, we see you too. Human Tro Asiedu Mansa, watching via Facebook. Don't you forget, besides Spawn TV, we also have Fabric and Super. You can tune in, log in via anyone. And you can also share the show. We see different stories like PPCC distancing itself. PPCC disowns Yellow Machine deal. We know they're going to talk about it. We can't, get into it. We'll wait for the CEO and the rest of the panelists to discuss it. But you right now, you have the chance. We provide a platform. So you call us and tell us what is on your mind. Good evening.
Good evening.
What is your name? Where are you calling from?
Thank you very much. My name is Yankwe Johnson at Johnny Budget Golf Community.
I which district?
At Johnny District 12.
Okay. I appreciate it if you guys can call your district. Now, what's on your mind?
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me appreciate for the opportunity given Labyrinth. They are free. One of my days have to do with a lawmaker in District 12. Which was a promise that he made during the campaign done. He yet to even start with one of the promises. He talk about youth empowerment. He talk about sanitation. He talk about good health care. He also talk about education. But all of those four candidates in the platform, we are yet to see anyone on path or even starting. So that's the kind of situation they should do in.
Okay.
We don't really work on advocacies, in preaching of them, and advocacy or when they are to represent in itself.
All right, thank you.
Because they should do not feel no impact on honorable Jerry K. Yawa. We not feel no impact. No
thank you very
program,
much.
nothing at the time.
Okay. Hopefully your lawmaker is listening. 0555-101075. call us and be live on the show right here on Spoon FM 107.5. Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
You're live on the show. What's your name?
I'm April Wulu, and I join you for King of Video Guest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this state article of Muslim brother saying that we back up, we will not take part into the territorial election next week Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm calling upon the Muslim community within Nimba County, those that register to vote. I'm asking upon them to go and vote because the record statement made by Prophet E, and you have the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, along with Samuel Koga, still moving with Prophet Key. So it's something again me that is still one for Prophet Key, again me to be with them. So that the statement Prophet Key made again me against the Muslim community, the party. Because up to now, Prophet Key is still with them. So they shouldn't back up. Again me for the election, let them go and vote for Ido Gonglo. Let Ido Gonglo win the election the coming Tuesday.
Thank you very much. 05551010075 is the number to call and be live on the show right here on Spoon 107.5 FM, the 18th day of April, Good Friday in Liberia, observed throughout the country nationwide as a working holiday. But so it was a quiet day to let you know whom Jesus Christ actually is, because today was the day he was killed, crucified. So somebody asked, what made this day a good day? But there are different religious programs across the country. Churches are busy, people fasting, people praying, people going to church. Yeah, it happens in April all of the time around the Easter celebration. That is why some schools, institutions have closed, And but us here, radio stations, we are open 24 hours every day, Monday to Sunday. Call us. We have to give you the information, the education, and get you entertained all at once. Good evening.
Good evening, my sister Lorena.
Welcome to the show,
name
Mama.
is Queen Richardson, according for 72nd.
Queen, what is on your mind?
What's on my mind this evening? I want to say thank you to my government for the improvement in the electricity. At least they start the current stable a little bit than before. And I hope that it will do better.
Where you say you're calling from?
72nd.
Your current can be on, eh?
It can be on, man.
How many hours? Are you right now? What are you observing? You part of the 12 to 5, the 5 to 12, or the 7 to 5? Which one? Because that's the schedule.
The 12 to 5.
12 midday to 5 in the evening.
Yes.
Oh, is that the one you prefer?
I prefer if Mama they getting the 2 hours, 3 hours. They carry they want it.
Okay, so then at night the place is dark. You prefer that?
They can come by in the near about 2, 3 o'clock. We carry all the 6 o'clock in the morning. So now you serving.
Okay, that's
so
the schedule. All right, thank you for calling on the show. Okay, Spoon Talk right here on Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1. It's time for the Liberian people to call and be on the show. 05551010075. 29 minutes clamping 9 o'clock. Let's hear you. Good evening.
Good evening, Lorena, and good evening to the people of Liberia.
Welcome.
This is Gary G. Yuma, and I call from District 6. This is the first BW compound.
Mr. Yuma, what is on your mind?
Yeah, what I've been doing, attention I've been doing to is I want to talk to the Liberian people, especially the peaceful citizens and dwellers of Nimba County. These are words I would like them to focus on and work with it. We should not take individual more important than our country, Liberia. Mama Liberia is the only thing, is the only pride, is the only value that we do have as Liberians. As we go through these senatorial elections, I urge them to work with peace. I urge them to work with maturity when it comes to persuasive directions. And I'm urging the security apparatus as they gather together, we have better strengthening and augment the strength of our bordering points and to calm down all deadly or behavior or all foolish or funny behavior. Sorry for my language. Or funny behavior. And I want to know the outcome. We want to know the outcome of the meeting that was held by the embattled speaker. We want to know the purpose of that meeting. Why is it now President Boaka know that there's a need for him to invite the embattled speaker for a private discussion? The Liberian people eyes are watching. We wait next week and see how everything is going to go through from the Supreme Court. And we are urging all Liberians to be peaceful, avoid violence, let abide by the rules and laws of this country, constitution, regardless of who is going against it or not. Let's be peaceful and let's see how best we can build Mama Liberia. Thank you. And lastly, Lorena Honoree, for the past 8 to 9 years, I've been watching to see who this Lorena Honoree is. And pretty soon, I'm going to visit Spoon Ellen to see you. And I'm coming with my little daughter, Perry, so she can see who Lorena Honoree is. Thank you. Thank you for the show.
All right, I'll be waiting for you. 0555-101-075. Call and be live right here on Spoon Talk as we await the CEO and the rest of the panelists to come on. And we appreciate all of you for being there. We have been aired across Liberia, raw Liberia. So, you just listen to some of your latest shortwave stations. Catch us. They are relaying 107.5 and 101.1. Right now. I see a lot of people are watching. I'm not going to read your comments, but let's recognize you, Eric McGill. You are there watching via that's YouTube, and we have Joseph Sako. He's also following. Good evening.
Good.
How are you?
Yes, I'm okay.
What is your name? Where are you calling from?
Frank Tamara calling from Banana Study Boulevard.
What's on your mind, sir?
Thank you very much, Sis Lovina. I am official in I want to thank the government. They are proud that they are taking honor of the Liberian people, which is the street child program. I tell the government they are doing extremely well. But I'm decided to give the warning to the government to advise these authorities that over this program to proceed the fearful way. I will hear my catch up with the program. The contact where they got all the children together with their parents, the launching, they carry the book bag and everything. And we were told as of disabled people, especially one bag of rice and 1 gallon of water will be given to us. That people kept us in an area or garage for the 24 hours. We ask a bag of water. Keep the children with the program. We ask them.
Who kept you? The Ministry of Gender?
Yes, though we had the program, the launching of the program, the content.
They take the child off the streets program?
Yeah, the street program. At the downtown hallway, there's a school there. That's where they have the launching program, the content. And they come within that program, we are feeding them, we are giving them bag water. The worst part of it is that time for the distribution of the book bag, according to them, they were going by the list. But a lot of children from the community, they join among these children. These people never go by the list. And even I was speaking to my children from perfect graded, where Abanabe Junior Arimuna area there. And I'm like, I will go back.
Okay.
So you see it?
Yeah, your message
and
going across.
That they were coming in empower us and pay all 1 year rent pay. And we hearing what we hear from the beginning, and we hearing different people now that the empowerment money is $90. The empowerment money is $90 or 130 to pay my 1 year rentage. And at the same time, could find a business for me and pay the child, be giving the child resale and transportation, be going every day. So I want the government to see launch it into air, put that my in place to see how best they can handle the problem. Thank you very much, the complex.
Yeah, you're welcome. Right, let's make sure, we hope the rightful authorities, those responsible in that sector or division, will be listening and do something about it. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
You're live on the show. What is your name?
I'm Kapuno and I call from Olas Congo.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, what's on my have to do with Dwalu? He's not on the man.
Oh, sorry. Well, his phone went off. I didn't call him off. Good evening. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, you're live on the show.
Probably the second time for Tinnoville guest husband. Please, I did listen to one of the second talking about the EDC. Since 2 o'clock this afternoon, EDC go Ralphie Highway from Kennedy Junction all the way down Tower Hill. There's no EDC. They should be maintaining the government at 24-hour coverage.
She didn't say 24 hours. And Quarren can be in her area. She was given a schedule.
She needs 24-hour coverage. You get me? The coverage is not stable. There's 2 afternoon up to now. There's no coverage yet. From here all the way Ralphie Road. There's no coverage. Now, of course, already. If you talk about stable coverage, I think within an hour, it comes back. We can't try to mislead the public. Your platform is a wide platform that we listen to. So people come in, they should be talking to the public.
Okay. I mean, we can't restrict the people or tell them what to say. Remember that, sir. 055510107. You have your view. She has her view. Like the CEO always say, to your own. Let the next person to their own. Good evening.
Hello.
What is your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah.
Good evening to you.
Yeah,
Your introduction alone. What's on your mind?
Yeah, let me appreciate my honorable man, honorable Magatoma. Let me tell you about this in my book. I didn't say where about the level begin Western community and that are talking about. Only to put it on I'm appealing to the Lord because of please. I need to put it level what I need. That's what I really do.
Okay. Thank you.
Wow, mama. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right. Why some people crying on the lawmaker? Somebody said he lawmaker plenty of posts. But now that lawmaker needs to put the lights up. All right. I hope you are preparing for the rainy season because we are about to change climate. Good evening.
Yeah, my name is Jerry. I'm calling from Dugoro.
Jerry, what's on your mind?
Yeah. First of all, I want to tell you, Nimba, thank you for clamoring their campaign today. But I'm kind of asking them, I'm urging them for them to vote wisely. You know, any good thing that comes from Nimba, it will be good for every Liberian. But if anything comes positive, every Liberian will still have the same effect. Yeah, I'm kind of asking them to please vote Manafire Gongro way.
You just said the climax the campaign, and you still campaigning on Spoon 055510107. All of you watching via Spoon TV Live or the Spoon Talk on YouTube, we appreciate you. You are welcome. Joseph Sakor, Mustafa Lahoun, Oscar Zangbien, welcome. It says good evening. All right, Jackson Modumo, you are also welcome. Hawa May Tatimet. George M. Flomo, Yvonne Gawe, what's up with you, Yvonne? Richard Kuma, you are welcome. J. William Nyananti and Michael Musa Kane, my son SB is also watching. Goldian Eskienu, Dauda Barry is also watching, and Barbara Bobby Charles, you're watching. And like we know you are there, Eric McHale, watching us via YouTube. I know you're getting the sound now. Angeline Smith is also watching. Edward Kane is watching. CDC Papi Success Keita for Life. We always appreciate your presence. Agatha Glasgow, you are watching. Willard B. Morris, Angeline Smith. Robert Jesus Boy is watching. And Rose Sankale watching via YouTube. Barbara Bobby Charles still watching. Willard B. Morris. Okay, Edward Cruzo, Leodolo Vanin Koluba, Samuel is also watching, and so is Moses as Ben Junior, Larry Tano Jala, Piwi Monba, Seyo Babli. Hope you are sharing the show. Charlotte Bernard, Moses as Ben Junior, Theodosia Hart. Ben Jasso, Barbara Bobby Charles, still dead, Josh and Flomo Robertson Zua. Let's take more calls. 055510107. Yeah, you have been there for a while. Good evening.
Good evening.
What is your name, sir? Where are you calling us from?
I'm Aries T. Lato joining you from the Dwazon RFE Highway.
Aries, are your season on yet? We the Tara Sport right behind. We'll soon be here. So what is on your mind?
Yeah, what on my mind tonight has to do with the Nimba County election.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the election in Nimba, this is the time that people will know whether the people of Nimba County they are united without Prince Johnson, the president of Prince Johnson. Because all those people that are passing around, they want to see the division of Nimba County. And the election in Nimba County, the senatorial by-election, will speak for the unity or the disunity of Nimba County. If the people of Nimba County are united, this election will show. And if the people of Nimba County know that what Johnson said for uniting Nimba, it will work, then the election will determine the unity and the disunity of Nimba County. So the people of Nimba County need to be very careful in the election. Other people we see going to Nimba County, they're happy because they say, oh, Prince Johnson is no more. They feel they have the giant and he is no more. So they better going to get the SAR in Nimba County. Time for 2021 to say Nimba is no longer united. So I want to speak to the people of Nimba. They need to be very careful and be wise how they vote April 22nd.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, 05551010750. You're welcome.
Sister, did I do something to you? Are you welcoming like you felt me? Hey, God.
Welcome with you.
Oh, I did something to you. You welcome me like that, sister? Okay. Oh.
All right. How you doing, Steve?
Listen, I'm fine. I know you're taking phone calls. I will sit back. Go ahead. We'll be starting the show shortly.
Okay.
How you doing, Lorena?
I'm okay. Thank you.
Lorena, Kev say hello to you. Kev want me to say hello.
Hello to him too.
Okay, bye.
05551010750. Call us and be live right here. Okay, let's talk to you. Good evening.
Good evening, Lorena, and good evening to Mr. Clinton Waterspoon and the other panelists.
All right, they're listening.
Oh, yeah, my name is Abel Junima, and I'm calling from District 10 to be precise, 540 Peace Island Community, CAC Road Black-ish. I would just like to say a few things that have been on my mind. Returning to the senatorial election in Nimba County. Look, Liberian people, let me put it in common English so you can understand. I want all Nimadians that are qualified with their voters card to please vote Madam Ide Gongo way. Why? We are not here for whether the deal or the manner, but the idea from her agenda can clearly tell you that she's a complete representation of the fallen soldier who is our father, who is our grandfather, Senator Johnson. Let me tell you, say no to Koga. Why? Say no to Jeremiah Kung, our vice president. Why? These people, if you check their track records, when it comes to people that they have bred out, they have a thinker character. One, Yeka Sekui. He have tied the people of Peace Island down for several times, failing to give up to pass until the regime came and he was cast out. Later on, saw him from Capitol Building now to LPRC. These people, they don't know what to do for the country. If you continue to live with them, Liberia will continue to go down the drain.
Thank you.
Okay, have a blessed night.
Yeah. 05551010750. Call and be live right here on Spoon Talk. Right, it's time to put your calls through. We're over on the platform. Let's hear you. Good evening. Right. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah. Please lower your monitor. We can hear you. Good evening.
Yeah. This is Honorable colleague joining you from Brovia.
Which district you representing?
No, I contested the past election.
Okay. What's on your mind, sir?
Well, I just want to urge the people of Nimba will remain, and they should take precaution
let them know who is having the people of Nimba in mind, who is committed, disregard party, disregard your relationship with the individual. But what can the person do for the majority? So as campaign close today, we urge all of those that get their voter card that Tuesday they should come up. They don't want to know, for me, I'm not going. Go. Because your one vote is important. Go and vote for Nimba County, not for individual.
Okay. Thank you for calling. All right. Nimba being a rich part of Liberia, the Nimbayans are concerned, Liberia is concerned. 0555101075. Call us and be live on the show. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, you're live on the show. What is your name?
My name is Nimba.
All right, Mr. Flomo. What's on your mind?
I want to thank the lawmaker for district number 4 on Marcus M. Thomas. He shouldn't forget about the people of Crystal Pole and that of Northern Town and Soto. He did the pool planting already, so we see him for a good work to just do our wiring this rainy season for the get current.
Okay.
So,
all right, you are the second person calling on that issue. 0555101075. All of you, I appreciate it. Please share the show. We are live on Spawn TV, Fabric, and Super, as well as on YouTube. And for you people watching via YouTube, we welcome you as well. You can also share through your channels. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Solomon James. I do call you from Grand Cape, Makane, to be precise, in Harrisfield, Gulakonen district.
All right, Solomon. Let's hear you.
What on my mind this evening, this is my third time pushing this issue. This go to CEO, our CEO Stanton. During the campaign process, I pushed a situation to him. There's a radio station called D1 still, and that radio station was used. They gave us the opportunity during the time of campaign, and for some of us, we buy his idea because of what he was pushing. I believe in him 100%. This is the reason why I follow the trends in which he was following. And as we speak right now, this radio station is down. This radio station can only come on when citizens have an announcement where they will go and buy a gallon of food and give it to them. If that 2 hours it comes on for, that person's mission is complete and off the radio. So I'm currently appealing to him to please see reason to put this radio station back to life.
But who owned the radio station, Lorena?
CEO.
What's the name of the radio station and the frequency?
The radio station is 106.3.
106.3. And what's the name?
D1 Radio.
Okay.
So who the owner, Lorena? Who owns the station?
Who is the owner of the radio station?
That radio station was built by one of the representatives that was representing this district called Bob Sherry. But right after the election, when he lost the election, that was how some of the equipment he had in the radio station was taken and sitting behind to manage by themselves to see how they can get the radio station back to life. Or as we speak for month plus.
But who's the owner right now of the station? You can't go just
citizen, as I said.
Who is managing the station?
Lorena, take his number, we'll talk to him. I mean, I can go take over somebody's radio station.
Okay.
Hello.
All right. Thank you for calling. We got your message. V1 radio station 106.3 0555101075. Call and be live right here on Spoon Talk. All right. Let's hear you. Good evening. Good evening.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Clearly. What is your name?
My name is Success Otello Johnson. I'm calling from Ganta City, Nimba County.
All right, Success. What's on your mind?
Yes, what on my mind is about elections in Nimba. And I'm hearing no speculation all around that Ile Gongo, especially when we listened to Spoon last night, that it is making way in Nimba. Those are all speculation. Honorable Sankoga is doing everywhere. He's going to from point to point, from village to village, and all mechanisms have been put to place by his supporter. And you go to those villages. Nobody means Sankoga.
Ask the man. Let me ask the question.
Please listen. The CEO wants to ask you, yeah? Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Stay on the line.
Can he hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
He can hear you.
Oh, good, my friend. So, Sam Koga information, you say it's true.
Hello, wait, let me ask you. Okay, just hold on.
All right.
Go ahead, sir.
You said Sam Koga
on the radio, on the television.
Okay, CEO, you can go ahead and ask the question.
No. He said Sam Koga information that he gave me is true, but it is not true. So which one we should believe Sam Koga because he's saying it?
Yeah, Sam Koga from village to village.
But it is not from village to village.
According to him.
Okay.
That's
all right. Thank you for calling.
Sir. Is the one that they're going to vote for.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling on the show.
Let's take a few more calls. You know what? I'm enjoying the callers. We're gonna have a wonderful show today. But hey, the Spoon Network ran with this story that the president called for Nancy Kofa, right? It's on the page. It was true. The president met Speaker Kofa. And the president continued to negotiate with this whole Supreme Court expected ruling for Wednesday. The president, continued to negotiate. And the president met for Nancy Kofa today. Our sources told us that it was a very tense meeting. A very, very tense meeting, I don't know. Maybe like people say the president is Johnny coming late to dinner. I mean, he should have done this thing long since. But the president is about to travel. So who knows whether the president will be in the country when the ruling, or actually when the Nimba election result comes, or when the ruling comes, so the president will be in Ghana. Who knows? And we got all this information right now as we're speaking to you. Ellen Atto-Glad, Representative Enders, and that of Dixon Siebel, they are engaged into the meeting with 3 members of the majority Black as well. So things are happening. But again, where's the money? That Thomas Fala and Richard Kuhn say, for the family, let's say they were to put the money in escrow. They suspended lawmaker money. They were going to put the benefits, everything in escrow. The money disappeared. The money gone. Somebody ate it. So Gafwan is under intense pressure right now to find money. He's going to write the bank, GT Bank, one of these banks out there, and ask for a loan that when they recast the budget, they will pay the bank back. Can you imagine? It's terrible. We're going to have Yeke Kodoba coming on. We're going to have Uncle Sam Jackson. The rest of the guys going to come up. Do you also know that the LACC first quarter report is up? The LACC report and financial statement for the first quarter ended March 31st, 2025 is out. It's out. It's troubling for so many reasons. You talk about the LTA. The LTA report is full. It's right there. It's ongoing. But when we go to number 65, the report is completed. This is the GAC audit versus LTA, which is damaging. As you go down continuously, you want to talk about the completed. Which one of the report? This thing is done. The accusation about Abdullah Kamara. Now everybody going to see this thing because you know what? It's a big one. It's a big one here. What would the president do to Abdullah Kamara? They are sending him to court. It's done. And we will be alleged financial improprieties and acts of corruption involving official of the LTA. This is big. This is really big. He's the acting chairperson who will put his picture up. So LACC have completed a report. Abdullah Kamara is in the bubble. What will President Bouaka do to him? And again, folks, we talk about the National Road Fund. The National Road Fund investigation, they have completed that in the amount of 571,900. You remember Jacita Winton is alleged that manager Josita Novel Winton is involved with financial malpractice, theft, and other stuff. It's right there. This report was completed also. Well, but the LACC, they completed that report also. NOCA is coming up. Everything we've been talking about, they're sending this report to the executive marshal or President Bagadu. And we can confirm that MCSF, James Momo lawyer today, they went to the LACC today. They want to ask for more time. And, you know, all these investigation, the pressure is on LACC. The pressure is on FIA, IAA, GSC. But what is the president doing with these things? Then we're going to go to Nimba. We're going to go to Nimba for you to see. Where is Musa Hassan Berete? Ladies and gentlemen, where is Musa Berete? Musa Berete is a political leader of CMC. CMC. Hey, Lorena, where is Musa Berete? The man is chilling in Europe. Manchester, you want to watch the game? In the heat of this election, when Edith Governor were bringing in big guns, like former President, Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, like, and, you know, Joey giving 16,000 and a pickup. We discussed that. Joey gave somebody 16,000 United States dollars and a pickup and almost 250 back arrives. The former president is giving that away. But where is Musa? And his candidate, Mark Blewin. Musa Kennedy is stranded. Mark Blewin is continuing. All the leadership of CMC gone. They left the man hanging. I mean, who does that? Who will run away from the battlefield? They're gone, they check up. That's a high class, I don't want to call it. I really would not call it because the meeting is ongoing. The Supreme Court ruling is coming up. And we saw this picture a few days ago. Sam Koga going to church. After he jumped over the body, now he's in church. So you cannot serve two masters at the same time, Sam Koga. You either love one or hate the other. Who are you serving? You serving God or you serving the tradition? Hey, Sam Koga got to answer. But I like this. I came across the front page. It said, no kingmaker. So everybody for themselves, God for all. None. And as we're speaking to you right now, you get Akar Moses Gray and you got Yaka Koluba. They are fully protected either go nowhere. They ask. They will for and say we'll be here to the last whistle blow. Who wins? We eat it. Look at all the statistics. What's your take? So today's show will be a wonderful show, folks. You got to go ahead and just continue to share. We want to hear from you. It's a lot of stuff going on in our country. We can announce that the president probably, the president want to leave the country. He will not be in the country for the ruling of the Supreme Court. He may not be in the country for the election result to come up from Nimba. Why? Well, you have access to the president. You can go and say, we will tell you where the president will be going, how long he will be going for. But again, we can announce a big meeting was held today. The meeting got very intense. There was no conclusion, no solution. Everybody went their own way. President Bwaga is not happy with Funati Kofa. Funati Kofa is not happy with the president because no hay, no tea. The American government, they are about to put out an announcement to announce to the citizen, come Wednesday, please be X, Y, and Z. The embassy is about to put out a statement. What is that? This is a normal thing, folks. Beatrice, my sister, how you doing? Everybody, as always, Moti, Mohammed, B, Sanon, the man is in the house. Tepla, Popo, it's good to see you, my sister. Janja Peters, how are you today? Samuel Sandy, Tipos Dempster, Pika Dempster, we have not seen for a while. We hope you're okay. Vivian Eastman is here. Mark, oh, I thought your name was Mark Blewion, but this is Mark Lincoln. Thank you for joining us. Pierre Campbell, where are you watching us from, my sister Pierre? Isaac Michaelberg is in the house. Man Jenny's son said, well, yeah, again. Alio Kamara, as always. Michael Topa is here. Tanu Jala, LIB Auto Savage is here. Ferebara, where is Bill Carson? Bill Carson is coming shortly. Lena Sumo is here. Emmanuel Yeru Emmanuel Yero is in the house. We're going to say Ruby Thomas Ade, Sam Zor, Muslim boy Sharif is here, Shekud Conan, Hannah from everywhere. They call him Frokenon Pedro. What kind of name is that? It's just hard to pronounce that name. Morris Conan is here. Mohammed Kai Ba. Mohammed Ba is in the house. Lai Conan. Moses Sa is here. April Queen Ibrahim is here. Rachel is joining us. Levi Gay. We're going to have a wonderful show, my people. We're going to take more calls. We're going to talk to you. We want you to talk to us. Yekroma is here. Nelly Francis. Now, the other Francis service, well, let me leave that there alone. We'll talk our own beyond closed door. They call it beyond Jade. Jade. We Elizabeth Bunny is here. Now, don't forget, Spoon will be in Nimba. Spoon will be in Nimba. We will cover the election in Nimba. We will be there. We will do what we usually do to give you nothing but the best result. The entire Spoon team will be there. We'll move from a polling station, of district to district. But ladies and gentlemen, where is Musa Hassan Belete? Musa Belete have left his stand-up bearer, his Kennedy, a political leader in a political fight. The man ran away. Where's my brother Musa Belete? You know, I love Musa Belete. I've never met him before. I don't think I would like to meet him now because you know what? What he's doing to Mike Leon called me and he's crying. And Mike Leon is frustrated. No cars, no transportation, few motorbike, no money. Mike Leon is just sitting home. Where's Musa? This is the first test of Musa leadership. Can somebody call Musa? Where is Musa Belete? Who does that, my friend? Who actually would do such a thing? Who? How can you do such a thing to Mike Leon? The man that the people say he was a desolate man. He was downtrodden. He got no power, no mind. He was forsaken by CDC. Where is Musa? Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to ask yourself the question. We'll go back to the full line. We will go back to the full line. But where's Musa? Where's Musa? Why Musa check up? He chele. He gave it. I mean, can somebody just answer me? How can Musa just leave Mike Leon hanging? Hey, man. I want to pause for a minute. I want to enjoy myself because I see Grandy, I see Fubi, I see the guys coming in the back. But I want to pause for a minute and I personally want to take call. I want to keep Musa picture on for a second and take call.
Yeah, CEO, excellent. You know, when you got before running for the office, that's what usually happens. You know, Musa, there's no way Musa Belete was going to support this guy.
Wait. But let's say something. And you know, Musa is my brother, right? Musa and myself get our relationship. But wait, Excellency, Your Excellency, may please Your Honor. Where is Musa? How can Musa be the captain of the ship, the pilot of the plane, and he just jumped ship?
But like I tell you before, when I say this again, you say your I say my Musa Belete is no part to defend. If you think Musa didn't use the man of the defense, the man was a sedition. You openly say he's a sedition. So why are we wasting our time? We're going to look at the thing, check it, go watch the game. See, we're wasting our time to come to you.
No. I'm not wasting my time. Musa is my brother. We got to know where he is right now. What's happening? Why? No. Excellency. You can't do that, man. As a leader, man, your first test, your very first test. Can you imagine?
I know. I agree with you. Think about it, though. Think about it. The man, the first test, he left the people hanging. He go. Dr. Richardson, where's Dr. Richardson?
No. I want to talk about Dr. Richardson. Don't get me in trouble, man. Baba. Don't remember Bob, man. Dr. Richardson. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take more calls on the line tonight. We're going to talk everything, though. I am shocked. I am surprised. The number is 609-649-4204. We want to know only one question I'm asking before we get into the program. I see Granny, I see Tamba, I see Fubi, and the rest of the team coming to join us to have a wonderful show. But where's Musa? Where's Musa? What the election campaigning over when? Sunday? Election is on Tuesday. Ladies and gentlemen, where's Musa? Your name and where you joining us from?
Hello?
Yeah, your name, where you joining us from, please?
My name is Kalabu Gonglo. I'm calling from the state of Pennsylvania.
Kalabu, talk to us. Where is Musa?
I want to pass this. No. Musa is in Manchester, the UK.
Musa is the political leader of CMC. Or newly funded, no, Kalabu, wait, don't do this to us. Or newly funded political party. In the heat of the war, April 6th, when bullets are flying all over, the political war in Nimba right now, the general is not at the war front. Is this the man I want to replace Prince Johnson? We never heard of Prince Johnson running away from war. Where's Musa?
Well, I think Musa has an institution, and I think his various institution, I believe he got people who are capable to handle the affairs of the CMC in his absence.
Where? Name me one of them.
Spokesman for the CMC.
Name me one of them. But we talking about why is Musa? They say the men are supposed to be on the war front.
Stanton are called to give a serious concern.
No. I talk about Musa right now. You can call by and give me your concern back.
If you let me talk here, you still give me time to talk. I can answer the Musa question.
Yeah, but man, but we'll call you back. We'll call you back, Playboy. You can come on the show back. We're talking about Musa right now. All right. You have your name. Because that is not correct. Tama. That's not correct. Yeah, I'm from, man. Where is Musa?
Musa is in London right now. He's chilling. But let me tell you what happened, Opa. Let me tell you what happened. If you listen to the CDC on Saturday, which I support Georgia, they say we got 3 candidates in the race. And the people that are crying, we have strategy. What they're crying is they get money, they pay their money. All that 3 people for CDC is for us.
So we agree, but how can Musa leave Mark Blair? Look, Mark Blair, my man. Mark Blair is walking. Look at Mark Blair in this picture. Look at him.
Yeah, he's all the way in the grass, in the bush.
Yeah.
The man looking at either Congo where
Hey, remember, I gotta go by your create problem here. Your name and where you joining us from?
This is Emmanuel from North Carolina.
Emmanuel, talk to us, my friend.
Musa ability escaped, man. And let me tell you, the establishment of that political party, that party is a segment of CDC. The propaganda of CDC, the propaganda machinery of CDC didn't want working. Musa is one big part of that part of that group. So it's like Musa brought his party to see how best they can get a lot of numbers from COVID.
Well, let me ask you a question, though. Do you think Musa would have done something different? Or was he forced to put a candidate in the race and knowing that you would leave the candidate hanging?
He has to do it to please George Weah. The end of the land, he had to do it to please him. That's the reason why Musa did this. Musa had told you from the onset that, listen, George Weah is my personal friend. I can never go against him. So he will always do things to put George Weah in the spotlight. But I can show
okay, thank you very much for calling. We got to take a few more calls. We'll go to Liberia and take calls. Your name and where you joining us from?
My name is James Daga, calling from Timor, Iowa.
Jay, what's up, my friend?
Let me tell you, Musa, then, there was 4 things. He know no way, so he had to give it. He rap it. The man in Europe now.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, the man in Europe.
Oh, Musa in Europe?
Yeah, the man in Europe. The man rap it. He know no way, so he got to leave.
Hello. So let me wait, man. Musa, my man. I wish I had Musa number. I'm going to call him. Can somebody give me Musa number, please? Seriously, I wish I got his number to call him. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Your name and where you joining us from?
I'm calling from Nimba. I'm calling from Kansas City, Nimba County.
Bye, boy. Amen. You're the man. Why Musa? We're looking for Musa. Why Musa, my friend?
Okay, yes. Before I answer the question, my name is Success Terry Johnson. I called you guys there earlier.
Success, what's up?
Yeah, good. The political world are fighting in Nimba. You know, political veteran, general like it is, she does not have place to cover. The bullets are flying everywhere. It doesn't have even the cost to even lift our head because the bullet will pick our head out. They have much less of Musa, who does not, who never went to war from before, political war from before, who had never been trained at the political battlefront before, or with so tactic would be here. He's not here. He has.
But you call it. Hold on 1 minute. The sources. You are calling from Ganta, right?
Yeah, I'm calling for Kansas City.
Sources. Yes. Mark Blair. Have you seen any picture, any video of him campaigning saying Musa left on the 14th of this month?
You know our stance on, let me tell you guys. Let me tell you, I'm giving you the clear and the very right and accurate story. Those guys, they are boys and girls to the particular war that is fighting in Nimba County. This political war. Eden is older than us, but she is a little girl.
No, I'm not talking about Eden, my man. We're talking about Eden. Success. I know what you're trying to do. You will promote your candidate, Samuel Koga. I'm there yet. Let's talk about Musa Success. Have you seen Mike Blair, right? No. Because Musa left, hold on 1 minute, Success. Musa left Nimba on the 14th. He was in Monrovia. By the 15th, he left Monrovia. And he traveled. Today is the 18th. Election campaign going to be closed on Sunday because everybody got to go to church and fast and pray to win, right, Tamba? Sunday the campaign closed. Monday, everybody quietly wait, so you can't do anything on Monday. Is that the day Musa planning to go campaign on Monday?
That's what we are. I told the public the other day, Musa is LCP. You know what LCP is?
No.
S for selfishness. C stand for pollution. P stand for
bad, man. I swear you're calling for bad. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in the words of the Prophet Key, let's take more calls. Where is Musa Hassan Benete? Your name and where you joining us from?
Hello,
Ayo.
I'm Pringa Royal David calling from Ganta.
You in Ganta too? Talk to us.
Oh yeah, I just today I entering Ganta and then I've been moving around and then talking to people and getting their views and then promoting my candidate. And I know on Tuesday.
Who's your candidate?
Who the best senator? Koga, man.
My man, I don't know who your candidate was. I've never spoken to you before.
Koga, the most talk about in Nimba County. You don't know? We are trying to.
No, before we talk about Koga, because I know it's election weekend, we are in election Zico. Where is Musa Belete, the CMC political leader? Where is he?
I think one of the callers said that he rapping.
What do you mean by he rapping? And you say rapping, what do you mean?
You have your candidate as a political leader, right? You just not ordinary person, just if you're a representative, different story. But your political leader that raised a candidate in this by-election, and you left your candidate in the heat of the election. You got 2 days to go. You got today, you got tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, the election closing. So now, when will you come back to try to put things in order? We are not discussing about that camp because one, it was just something to slow down our vote when it comes to Koga. So we are not looking at that camp. We are pushing our candidate. If you show you're a serious political leader and serious political party, the CMC, you should be here. But
a lot of people are concerned, that Musa, the man that we know, he Liberty Party chairman, former ANC. No, wait, brother, wait. Today, it will be for the Liberian people. Seriously, we'll just share the link. ANC chairperson, right? CPP, my man, wait. CPP, Liberty Party, Musa Belete, now political leader. It was just funded 3 days ago. They said CMC, Fubi Heron, and Musa left his candidate begging for money on the wayside, begging for support, begging for transportation, begging for people to just come and talk to him. What's going on here? Even Joe, we get $16,000 to Edith and a brand new pickup truck?
Listen, CEO, all those things can't help. Look, I have talked to a lot of people down here, and then what they told me is this: Nimba County, when it comes to the voting in Nimba County, the Nimba citizen.
My man, I know what in Nimba you have. We've been calling you. I hope you get your internet ready. We want you to come and show us something, show where you are. Try to set yourself up, and we'll send a link to you. We got here from Nimba. Nimba Kwadon, Padua, Aho, Ideme, Ihume. Tama, welcome to the show. Fubi Henry, welcome. Where's Musa, Tama? Where's Musa?
Hey, good afternoon, Stanton, and good afternoon, my fellow panelists. Lorena, Fubi, it's a pleasure. I think I should say, Musa Chile. That's what we'll say in Labram parlance, right? I think that.
Where mean by Chile?
Chile means when someone can't stand the heat and they run away. So Musa
Chile. True that what we heard, the chief and elders told Musa, said, "Listen, just go. If you want to survive in Nimba, if you want to be successful with your position," they told Musa and said, "Musa, we coming to Sacré-Pied. Leave. We are telling you, don't stay in our way. Because if you suffocate us today, we'll suffocate you tomorrow." Musa left. I mean, I'm feeling so bad, you know. I'm not because of Mike Blewion, because I know bringing Mike Blewion in Tema was a messed deal for Musa. But for Musa to leave Nimba because of fear, because the chief and elders told him to leave, for Musa to turn his back on Mike Blewion and the people of CMC that tried to listen, Jerry Yoba. I mean, I'm going to call Jerry Yoba because I don't have Musa number. But can you imagine? I mean, this is scary. I've never seen this all my years. For somebody to bring about a political party and in the heat of the election, turn the back on that political party. I mean, I'm surprised at Musa. I mean, if you are not, then God bless your soul. And man, people say he's in Manchester, you know, eating and celebrating, and he's killing it. This young man is begging for help. The man I called Joey said, "I can only support Edith." The man is begging for help. No transportation, no money. Can you imagine that, Tema? I mean, come on, man. Come on, guys. Go ahead, Tema. Go ahead, man.
No, absolutely, Stanton. I think this is a very interesting situation. Mark Blewion has found himself in. CMC being a very new political party, and as I've said before, I said that we've seen over 30 political parties over the last 20 years, 25 years in Liberia. Until a political party can come on the scene to do something different, they won't go anywhere. And this is the case that's happening with CMC. I don't think they have really put their ducks in order to say they were ready to feed a candidate in Nimba County. And that also showed that maybe Musa didn't consult, widely enough with the elders, with the support base that he has in Nimba County as a sitting representative, to know that CMC and the people of Nimba County were ready to support CMC candidate Mark Blewion. And I think I also recommended, I think several weeks ago, I said this race is going to come down to two candidates, which is Sam Koga and Ide Gonglowe. It's like a fight between two elephants, and that's what it has amounted to now. And all of the other candidates now, they are just going to take few votes from these two candidates. But this is a clash of the titans now. This race is turning to a clash of the titans. And that's what we're going to see on Sunday.
And you're going to see it on Tuesday. You're going to see it on Tuesday. Fubi, let me bring you in. Fubi, something is happening here. And this is not right. And all Liberians need to know this. You must put up or shut up. You cannot serve two masters at the same time. How can we bluff the people of Nimba? Fubi, you know Musa, Fubi. You work with Musa on CPP. Is this the Musa you thought you knew, Fubi?
Okay, so good evening, everybody, and we look forward to a good show today. I can't speak 100% to why he left. Asking what I know Musa ability to be a strong fighter, and he goes for what he wants with everything. So I can't say I don't know the reason for which he left. I've been seeing some picture of the CMC team outside of
Is this the best
Liberia.
time to leave, Fubi? Fubi, you can try that thing with me. Is this the best time to leave, Fubi?
No. So sometimes, like you said, when you have some battles that if you know that this battle will not end in a direction that you expect, so sometimes you don't have to waste your energy in it. So it might be an introductory, entry into the political space for the party because it's new, and knowing that okay, this fight will not win it, so there is no need to put all your energy into it. But let's introduce the party to the Liberian people as a start. So that can be one reason for feeding a candidate now. Then they build a base across the country later on. So you might not put
But
all
then
your
the
energy
question
in.
everybody will ask you, why did you fit in a candidate? Why you put Kennedy?
No, sometimes some
If you
people
know
can
that, no, Fubi now, you don't Fubi. And let me take Musa picture up to look at your face because when this thing was happening, you gave Mr. Cummings 1%, and you were totally involved, Fubi. And you know very well, no, seriously, no disrespect to you. You know very well that you are losing. You are just funded a party few seconds ago, few days ago, few weeks ago, and you squeeze your way to bring in a sedition as your standard bearer. And you say you're giving everything. The man is asking for money. He's broke like hell. No vehicles. The few motorbike he got, he decided, I will just stay home. People are in your backyard beating dumbbell and get by. Where is Musa? What people say about Musa, that Musa is just about Musa? Where is Musa? The man is enjoying himself. There's no problem for you to enjoy yourself. Musa was my former friend. I don't think he's my friend today. Or maybe he still is. I don't know. I have to find his number. Can somebody send me Musa's number? Where is Musa? Fubi, you can't lecture us about Musa, man. Come on, don't do that. What Musa did, you think it was appropriate, Fubi? You think it was the appropriate thing to do? To leave your candidate stranded begging for money?
No, like I said, no, people enter a race for different reasons. Like my first time contesting 2011, I contested just for the experience. I didn't contest to win. I just introductory entry into the political space. So I just woke up one morning and told my family and friends, I said, look, I'm going to contest and just for the experience, to have first-hand experience so that I can prepare better. So this might be one for the party, brand new party, and say, look, let's just feed the candidate now, get the publicity that we need for this election, and after that, we can put our foot down better to see how we can move in. So so they will know that they know that this race is not for CMC. So we all know that Koga first hand, Edith second. That's the two candidates that we will see. So any one of those two will win the election. So all other candidates that are in there, they have their own reasons. So I think.
So let us know what Musa, a few days ago, Musa put this up when he was taking his trip to enjoy himself. Let us know what Musa said. The second paragraph. We urge every Nimbadian to ensure that their vote reflects their true aspiration, not the lies or recycled propaganda of career politicians. This election is about your future, your dignity, and your hope. Where is Musa? Where is he? It's about your future. Musa, you're not in Liberia. It's about your dignity. Musa, people are saying that there's a problem here. You abandon your candidate. It's about your hope. The people are hopeless because the political leader is not around. I mean, are we serious here? I mean, Liberia is not about sweet talk.
I know.
It's not about sweet talk, man. Everything great. Retired colonel. Armed Forces of Liberia, a colonel should be on the battlefield in the time of war, leading the troop. A commander-in-chief should be the one leading the troop. Where is this commander-in-chief? Where is this political leader? He has gone that. He gone. He cheated. He check up. Are you kidding me? And he talking about I've gone, but I live in hope. You guys should have hope. What? The people are hopeless. Am I making a mistake here? Kind of great.
Well, Senator, have you heard of a war room?
Yeah, I've been in a war room before, right in point 4 when October Octopus and people were shooting out under my mom's bed. That was my war room right there.
Okay. Well, have you been in a war room? If you have been in a war room, that is where all the commanders sometimes sit. That's a war theater to control the actual war itself. So not everybody goes to the front. And you have people who train people. They also command. Their command starts. So right now, Musa is in a war room.
Brother. So let me ask you a question. So the war room is in Europe, not even in Liberia.
It could be anywhere. It could be the headquarters. It could be anywhere. Have you ever also heard the term leading from behind? Not all the time you're up front, but you
man, you're really calling for you. Try.
So, that war front, it's not everybody that will land there. That look, commanders are in the business of protecting, you understand, the integrity of the mission. So Musa is somewhere. Look, as I said yesterday, Stanton, sometimes this can be a win-lose situation. Mark Bleon, if that is his name, he probably wanted to run. And kudos to him, at least he volunteered to run. But knowing that, in my opinion, well, maybe he ran just for notoriety, to be known. But if you ask me, this is a two-way battle. It's between Edith or Koga on the other end, or Koga Edith, either way you want to put it. Our third factor would be probably anybody. But the fact that you participate, that leaves that in the recognition that they may run before. So some people will run 2 or 3 times.
Thank God you supported Baka at the end.
Yeah, because
I think Colonel Gray, I got to interrupt you. I beg you, sir. Colonel, sir, in the military, I got to salute you. I was there for 3 days. I know military ain't no terrain. Leaving the bedroom in the hotel, going to eat, and from there getting in the bus to go to 4 days. That's the terrain. But I will say this to you, Colonel Gray. A lot of people are concerned. I know we can say what we want to say. The men and they in Europe, they in the war room. Colonel Gray, Liberia is a different terrain. The man is stranded. Mike Bleon is stranded. Mike Bleon right now. And I sent folks there, but tomorrow you will see the journalists then going to look for Mike Bleon. They can't find him. There is no campaign activities. And tomorrow is Saturday. And because we've been beating on Musa and receiving information, Musa is leaving from Manchester or Europe, wherever he is. He's trying to be in Liberia by Sunday morning or latest Saturday night. What can you do on a Monday? Election campaign is over Sunday. What will you do?
What's the need of going to a war when you know that you'll be killed as a general? Don't go there.
Guys, let's understand where we all coming from here. Nobody forced Musa to put a candidate in. Did somebody force him, Tamba? Somebody will be on Musa say you must feed a candidate in?
No, I don't think so.
Nobody. You know, when I think about Musa and what he's doing, folks, my fellow Liberians, thank you for joining us. Continue to share the show. When I think about Musa, I think about Mr. Cummings. And I begin to realize the reason why Mr. Cummings had 1%, maybe it was because of Musa too. These kind of structure, this kind of design, this kind of suite. People don't know that. The people look to the left, no Musa, the right, no Musa. They look on social media, Musa eating hamburger and tell the people you go vote. Listen, folks, and listen, I wish Musa well. Musa, I don't know. I will try to find his number. All the old number I have for Musa, I've been calling it. He's not picking up. I think he got a new number now because he's in Europe. But if somebody gave me Musa's number, I will call him. You know what? I probably ask Snow to give me a number because you know that's Snowman. Okay, but I don't know who else to call. Musa, the people say Musa let them down. They said Jeremiah Kuhn and Sam Koga was going to second place. The elders, the chief and elder told Musa, said, my man, you gotta go. Musa said, I will be here, I will be my own. They said, no, my man, you gotta leave, you gotta leave. How can Musa leave his district because Jeremiah Kuhn and Sam Koga coming there? And why would the chief and elders tell Musa to go? And Musa, it's traditional, I understand. But who fighting for the people? So I would beg you guys that we leave this conversation because, you know, it hurts in my heart. You know, I don't know what else to say. Maybe people say we should take female calls. Yes, we can take female calls. We should take female calls. But this one, it's not helping. It's not. Tama, it's not. I agree, Zimalu. I'm going to leave this one. You guys come and call. And let's hear you. We got to move on another story. While we left this story, we will move to the next story. And again, I just want to show Musa picture and Mike Blair. So, Colonel Gray, the candidate is in the back. The man campaigning for is in the back. Who is the candidate? Colonel Gray, who in the picture? Who is the candidate?
Is that a Mark Blair back there behind Musa?
Yeah, but so who is the candidate? Who want to be senator yet? Look at the picture.
In the Musa was the one posing to become. But
no, folks, if you're watching this show, tell me, who actually want to be senator? Who?
No, the optics here, that's what we call in organizational parlance optics. The optics don't look right. The optics, for example, if you look at this picture and all of the time Musa spent in Nimba with Mark, he was in front. He was leading from the front and not from the back. You know, I mean, I have seen a support. If you support a candidate, you march together, wherein you stand, you know, hand in hand, and then you march. But in this photo, it looks like Musa is in the spotlight. It looks like he is the candidate. And if that was a mission of CMC initially, just to put up a candidate to say the new party have put up a candidate, then maybe Musa has achieved his objective. But to put up a candidate in a hotly contested election, and you as the political leader, you are not present to support this candidate in the dying wind times of the campaign season, the optics don't look right for CMC. And I don't think the CMC truly thought this out to put a candidate in a by-election, Senate by-election in Nimba County. So sorry for Mike, man. He should have probably, you know, called this one a long time ago and bought out.
Yeah, I'm going to end with since Glenn just coming out. I will let her finish taking, she's chewing something. So once she finish eating, that thank God we're not hearing her. So once she finish eating, I think she put the last four in her mouth. But let's go to Fubi. Fubi, who's the candidate here, Fubi?
So Mark is the candidate.
In this picture, who's the candidate? Fubi, you gotta let the tell the truth.
Mark said the candidate in the picture, but sometimes, you know, when some candidate feel intimidated, I think maybe Mark feels that way. You know, you got low self-esteem. Sometimes you stay at the back and you wait for the political leader to say, come and let me lift your hand up. But I think sometimes you have to be bold and exert yourself on the people. So I think sometimes you don't bring a political leader too, but you got to look at the candidate himself, whether you have high self-esteem or low self-esteem, whether you are confident enough to face, or you depending on the weight of the political leader to introduce you.
You tried because Musa is your man. You really try. We'll give it to you. Let me bring in Glenny. Glenny, welcome to the show, Glenny. I will take the picture down, but Glenny, who is the candidate for CMC in this photo?
The candidate on the picture?
I'm not seeing the. I see only Musa with a dark red band or something on. Is he the candidate?
But I don't think. I think this. I think like Fubi was saying, maybe Musa was standing there because the candidate is behind him, right? And he was going to introduce him. So
Oh, yeah?
Okay,
we'll show the video and see whether he introduced him or not. We'll show you the video. Man, there's a few Tabata, man. There's a few Tabata. I can agree. I think you spoke on this, right? You know, let me say this. I don't know where we're coming from with all this yama. Come on, Musa. I think Musa needs extra training in this regard. This is nothing but, you know, a party that people say change and maybe people want to believe in. And that party is like just going to give way because of some. Come on, man. Guys, come on. Liberians are getting to be better every day. So this thing that with that whole water, man, who's the candidate? Musa is portraying himself to be the candidate. He is the political leader overnight. Of course, nobody challenged Musa. And now he said, I spent my money, I've funded the party, I'm the political leader. Then at the end of the day, Musa is not in the country.
So, Stanton, what occasion was that anyway? Was that the launching of the party or?
No, they're going on a campaign with how you call him, Tewon Ganglo. You remember when they wanted to do the Tewon Ganglo bridge?
Yes.
So everybody came around. I went to showcase your candidate, right? That when your candidate should be the one to even speak, right? Yeah. That when Mike Leon so shine, but it meant didn't. Musa is shine alone. Musa decided to shine because he want to realize that, let's say, that's my day to shine. And Musa, let's say, you know, I don't know whether he's still my friend. I want to leave this conversation alone. All right, I don't have his number. So if anybody got Musa number, the new one from West Manchester, I don't want a Liberian number because the Liberian number I'm going through. The new one from West Manchester, that's the one we want. And you know, Musa get a Great Britain passport and Great Britain visa. Couldn't he wait? The visa was going to be expired though? No, he should have waited. But so let's leave Musa business alone for a second. I want to welcome all of you. Let's talk about President Joseph Yeman Boakai. Today's Friday, man. It's a great day. So the president will be leaving for Ghana. President Boakai, he will be all of the country except during the change, his schedule. The president is due to leave, depart Liberia. He will not be in the country for the ruling of the Supreme Court. Is this concerning? Is this concerning that the Liberia leader today, as reported, Spoon, called Fonati Kofa? When he called Fonati Kofa, the Speaker Kofa, he said, I want to see you. Fonati said, Chief, Mr. President, today is Good Friday. I do not want to be like Judas Iscariot. I'm going to church. The president said, can we meet 4 p.m.? Fonati said, yes, sir. 4 p.m. Fonati met the president. We reported yesterday that Kofi Woods called Richard Kuhn to talk about the suspended members' benefits and money and salary. They can't find it. It's gone. $8 million United States dollars walk all of the budget. It's gone. They can't find it. The president was concerned. Kofi will make a call to Richard Kuhn. So today, the president called Fonati. Fonati went there. The president said, we got to resolve this thing. Fonati said, what's your plan, Mr. President? What the president proposed, Fonati said, no, it won't work. Let's wait for the Supreme Court ruling, clarification. Then we'll take it from there. The president showed Fonati that he can come up, the government can come up with the money And he have instructed Augustine Gafan to find that money, even to take a loan from the bank, to find the money to pay the suspended guys. And show Fonati that he will lift up the suspension. Fonati said no. He said Fonati should go to Richard Kun for them to discuss. Fonati refused to meet Richard Kun, and they set a 3-man subcommittee. So from the minority black end, you got Ellen Atogler, you got Dixon Sibo, and you got Representative Reverend Anders. The meeting fell flat. No hay, no tail. They stressed the need to wait for the Supreme Court ruling. Information reaching out, the president should and will be departing Liberia in the next 24 to 48 hours for Ghana. And he will spend nearly 5 to 6 days out of the country. If these informations are true, and once you know Spoon gave you this information, they are, why would the president leave the country? Two important things. One, the Nimba election. Two, the Supreme Court ruling. Should we be concerned as a nation? Should we be concerned as a people? We are receiving some red alert concerning Wednesday. We announced that. Red alert. Foreign national embassy in the country informing the people on Wednesday. You know how you say, Conor Gray, be aware of your surrounding. If you don't need to travel, stay where you are, because the ruling, the anticipation of the outcome of the ruling, they are informing your people. But here we are. Here we are. I'm going to start this show. I want to say thanks to all of you that continue to share the program. Please do continuously, and let's have fun tonight with information. I want to come to you, Tama. It's concerning that President Barker is leaving, and this meeting today that fell flat, though the president is trying to negotiate, but the minority members are saying the president is not negotiating in good faith. Let's hear you.
Thank you, Stanton, and good evening again to all of our listeners and followers in Radio Land and those online who are following. This is a very, very interesting question, Stanton, and I'm not an insider, so I'm not aware of the rationale or the objective of the president's trip. But I know the last time the president went to Ghana, we did have a brief conversation on the show. I know that he had a sick wife who had been flown outside the country. That may be something that needs his attention because, again, he's the president of the nation, but he's also a husband and he's also a father. He has a family. Not knowing the objective of his trip, I won't say it's concerning, but there are things that are happening in this country that are concerning. Since we have this impasse in the House of Representatives for the last 4 months now, going on to 5 months, it is concerning for the nation, for a country that have gone to war for 15 years, for a country that have experienced other emergencies like the Ebola crisis and COVID, Ebola in 2014 and COVID in 2020, and a country whose economy is still struggling and trying to recover. So those are things that are concerning. And when you have the first branch of government, which is the House of Representatives fighting, and you have a division wherein you have the speaker who was elected, and you have now a purported speaker who represents the majority bloc, who is not considering himself as speaker. The small nation as Liberia, it is concerning to have a divided house, to have two powerful people fighting, and basically these kind of things can lead to crisis, national crisis. So those are things for me that are very concerning for Liberia. And then let's talk about Nimba County. Nimba County by-election, senatorial by-election is a hotly contested election. It's going to be turned into a referendum of the current ruling party led by President Joseph Nimba, and it's going to be a test case if the opposition can unite behind a single candidate, and whose name I'm hearing now is, I keep hearing for the last 2 weeks, is Ida Gonglo Way. And I see that it is Koga, between Koga supported by the ruling party and Ido Gongro, who is now being supported by the opposition to Congress for Democratic Change, even though they had initially said they support 3 candidates. This elections is going to have people worry, but our hope is that the people of Nimba can come out and vote peacefully and send a clear message, whoever wins this election, that it is that person who's going to represent Nimba County in the House of Senate. So I won't be so concerned about the president trip, but I'm concerned about the things that are happening around the country that are worrying for this nation.
Thank you very much, Tama. Fumi, let's bring you in. Let's hear you. The same question on the topic about the engagement today between the president and Fonati and the other lawmakers that met separately, and the president trip, leaving behind the ruling and the result of the Nimba election.
Yeah, so for the president doesn't need to be around for Nimba election because he's not voting there, and those that are campaigning, he got a militants on the ground campaigning led by the vice president. So, in the impact of the election, whoever wins, though he doesn't need to be on the ground for that to happen. And on the issue of the ruling, he also doesn't need to be on the ground for the ruling. And it's a ruling that concerns another branch of government. And for calling Fonati Kofa and trying to find a way out, for me, I said it before, the president should not waste the time trying to resolve that issue. Legislative politics is done by the majority. Minority can have their voice, they can make all the noise they want, but at the end of the day, it is the decision of the majority that stands. And like I said, Article 38 gave the legislature the mandate to set their own rules and enforce order. That means the executive cannot enforce action against the legislature. The judiciary cannot enforce action against the legislature. So whatever in Article 42 tells you that you cannot detain, you cannot arrest, you cannot try, and then lawmaker, senator, representative for decisions, in the execution of their function. So that means you cannot take a legislator to court for legislative matters that they discuss in plenary. So the Supreme Court had no business in the first place to even hear that case. And they got no jurisdiction over that case. So all that noise they're making is a waste of time. The majority rule stands, and they can't overturn that decision. The only power the Supreme Court has over the legislature is in Article 2 to nullify inconsistent laws, treaties, and other stuff to the degree of inconsistency. And this particular saga does not fall under Article 2. So there's nothing they can do about that. So I don't think they should be waiting that to find common ground. They should just allow them.
So you think that the president, you think the president are being power for 40-something years, serve as president of the Senate, vice president of the Republic. Everything he just is playing. You think he doesn't know and he still calling for that tea?
He knows. Again, when the saga even started, he was in Sierra Leone, and they asked him the same question. He told them, he interviewed and said, "Look, these are normal legislative politics. They will sort themselves up. I got nothing to do with it."
All the article and everything, but he still called for that tea. Let me go to Colonel Gray. Colonel Gray, let's hear you on this.
Stanton, there is no matter that cannot be heard by the courts. That's why it's called jurisprudence. If we have a conflict anywhere in Liberia, it can be adjudicated only by the courts. If we leave people to just be gospel and law by themselves, nobody will adhere to the law. So I don't know where Fubi gets his own legal idea from. Sometimes it's good to go to law school to be able to understand this article, that chapter, this, and so on and so forth. The Supreme Court exists primarily, it was given the constitutional mandate to interpret the law anywhere where there is confusion. By virtue of its own function, there is something called checks and balance. So if one of the two other branches are misbehaving, and if it borders on constitutional matter, only body that can hear that matter is the Supreme Court. No article this, chapter this, so on and so forth. Just look at the three cardinal functions that exist. Among the three of them, the Supreme Court or the court is the only body clock with the constitutional responsibility to bring interpretation. It's called judicial review. That's the only body. So forget about all that article this, article 7. You see how I remember one time we had a debacle in Liberia that were bordered on concomitant. Concomitant during a war was to do something simultaneously, but the law does not provide for that. So they had to go back to interpret exactly what's the meaning of that concomitant. Just one simple clause within an agreement we had as a country that will bring peace to us. So in this case, if group of people can unconstitutionally remove themselves and go form another group, that is a matter of constitutional interpretation, whether they have the right to do so. To say nobody will meddle is to say if they kill themselves in there, nobody there can go to law because they're in session. That's not how the law works. So if you ask me the same reason, probably the president has a family matter is a very difficult matter to exclude or to evade for any other reason. The president is president for an entire country, but he also has obligation to his family. If my wife is not well, I could leave somebody, acting and go there. Let us hope that's the only reason he's leaving the country for now. But other than that, it's not strange. The president was aware when this whole unconstitutional or constitutional crisis was hatched many, many months ago. So it's not strange. Sometimes he has tried to meddle as a senior man, an older guy who can call, his children together. Probably nobody wants to listen. So, hey, that's what the court exists for. Not because somebody got right, but because the court will determine who is right, who is wrong. At the same time, they interpret the law. Nobody is hurt. At the end of the day, you won't blame the president. He tried.
Thank you very much. Colonel Greg, can you face that? We're getting that feedback.
I'm not sure why my
I don't know why. It's usually you are very, very good. Then Glenny, let's bring you in on this. A lot of activities is happening in Nimba. We will get to it, on new development from Nimba. But let's talk about the meeting today. We broke this news. The president called for Nati. People came and said no, but it's 100% confirmed. Now you get Dixon Sibo, Ellen Atogla, and that of Reverend Anders having a separate meeting with Richard Kuhn, people, 3 of them. But everything just fell flat. No understanding. Everybody said, let's just wait. The money is gone, by the way. They cannot pay those 18 suspended members the benefit, everything, and extra money or in the amount of $8 million. When Kofi Wu asked, the National Security Advisor asked Richard Kuhn, he said, well, they got to recast the budget. Isn't this concerning? You remember when Forde said he put the lawmaker money in escrow right on the show? He said the money, yes, we have it in escrow. Once they are ready, we'll give it to them. There's nothing in escrow.
Yeah. So I think hello everybody. It's good to be on. Hello Lorena, how are you? I think there's so many things to be said here. And I listened to Fubu, Fubi yesterday also tried to minimize this thing. And he always bring about the law because the legislative business, so the judicial system has nothing to do with it. That's just an explanation. I'm not going to touch that. But where we are right now is the Supreme Court that's going to give the final ruling. And if it is true that there was a meeting today, I think it was a waste of time because we all know by now that these two groups will not negotiate. We also know that if President Boycott wanted to get involved from the onset, he he was going to. He didn't want to get involved. So to hear that he's getting involved now, I don't want to believe that, because what would be the rationale for meeting with them now? What would be the cause? Because I think it's also clear that Fonati Kofa is not going to negotiate. He wants to take this thing to the end and prove his point and set the record straight. So if they're doing all these things they're doing now, it's pretty late in the game to do it. But for us to minimize what has happened in our country as it not being something important is very trivial. You have two branches of government. That you have a branch of government where it's very chaotic. You have the executive branch who's not interfering, but the executive branch is in power and more or less have come and say we're gonna be a part of the split in this legislative branch. They're not innocent. President Boyka and the executive branch, they're not innocent for what has happened to the legislative branch because they've taken a side. And because they're taking a side, now you have the judicial branch coming and saying the side you took was wrong. So if you don't see that as a constitutional crisis or as a crisis in our country, then that's on you. How do they resolve it? This is where President Boyka has to step in whatever way the courts rule. Because if the court ruling was not important, President Boyka would have said, forget the courts. Would have said, we're not listening to them. But everybody is waiting for the court to rule. That tells you that whatever Fubi is saying is not going to hold water. Because everybody, including Boyka, is waiting for the courts. So whatever the decision is, this is when the president is going to step in now and say, listen, this is the decision of the court. We have to be law-abiding. We have to do what the court say. If today was meant to bring to bring some peace and harmony, I think if that meeting was held, it was a waste of time. It's too late in the game. The only group of people that can bring this piece together right now is the Supreme Court, and that's what everyone, including myself, that's what we're waiting for. I don't think there's any other way we can do it.
So Glenn, the meeting was held. I don't know what you say saying 8th. The meeting was held today. The president met Fonati Kofa. And when people saying that, maybe, and it is true that maybe the president trying to push his law. Yeah, Glenny. But you cannot push a law when you have 18 members on a suspension. That's the key argument. You have not paid them. Those guys are stranded in the district. So the first thing is that, where are the money? Where are those folks' money, the benefits and everything? Richard Kuhn and Thomas Father have no idea. The money went MIA. But the money, Fubi said, was going to go in the escrow account. I mean, right now, Gafan is looking for money, moving from bank to sign loan, that if they recast the budget, they can pay it back. But will the minority members take the money and withdraw the case from the court? I can see the minority member under serious pressure. But something is just bad. It's not adding up. It is very clear that for Nati, like everything we're hearing from our sources, will not back down. So you're right, Glenny. For Nati will not take the bid and say, okay, I surrender to Mr. President. At the end of the day, I can also announce. The president said, well, if I have to work with Richard Kuhn, then so be it. If the president said that, I mean, this is the second year of President Joseph Yuma Boyka in power. This is the second year. Nothing have happened from one situation to another situation. So it means you're going to say have a minority black. If the rule in Fonati favor, he will still go into the Capitol building with his 37 members. Probably going to have some other people coming over. He will write letter to the executive and say, I am the real speaker. He will write letter to the finance ministry, to the Justice Department, to the Senate, with the Senate change and say, yes, we want to work with Fonati based on the Supreme Court ruling now. With Joseph Yuma Boyka, the president of the republic, said no, though the Supreme Court have ruled, we will only stay with Richard Kuhn. I mean, our country will be in a serious mess. Where President Boyka is going, what would the international community say on the ECOWAS? What would they say? Mr. President, you're destroying Liberia. What would the United States embassy say? What would the other European partners say? I mean, Dr. Bobler, thank you for joining us. What we are hearing is troubling. Folks that are supposed to give you money, the investor that should come in the country. Same President Baka saying, I can only work with Richard Cohn, not with the speaker that the Supreme Court have now ordained. Will we have those major investors coming in the country? Dr. Bobler, you met us on this story today. Has been reported there was a meeting scheduled at 4 p.m. Fonati Kofa met the president again, and the president Fonati conversation achieved nothing. It fell flat. The minority members, 3 of them, Dixon Sibo, Ellen Latogle, and that of Reverend Anders, they met members of the majority Black. It fell flat also. The issue about money and benefit and salary. The Richard majority Black said there is no money except the recast the budget. It is concerning. We have today is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 5 more days to go. Welcome to the show. Let's hear you, Dr. Bobler.
Thank you, Stanton, and good evening to my good friends, fellow panelists. Good evening to all those who watch and listen and participate. So we find ourselves in a place tonight where we're still seeking solution to a Capitol Hill problem that affects the whole country. I hate to say that, I told you so, but at the beginning of this legislative situation, I said at the very beginning that I thought the president should get involved and speak with the parties, try to bring them together. And of course, there was a lot of noise from both sides, the law and interference and all these things. And Standard, if you recall, I said the president is the only person who elected by the whole country to rule, to govern the whole country. Everybody in Capitol Hill were elected by a little segment. My county, your county. My district, your district. So when there's something that has the propensity to affect the whole republic, like it's doing now, then the president needs to get involved. And it didn't happen. And now, in this lift day, we're hearing and seeing involvement. I'm still hopeful, I'm sure we all are, that there'll be a resolution, and there needs to be one quick. It has taken too long, and it has not helped the work of the legislature, especially the House of Representatives. So whatever's happening behind closed doors, then all the information you're getting, I hope the end game will be a resolution to this speaker situation, and that the nation can pull together, especially with the House of Representatives, and let's move forward. We got work to do. We're paying these people plenty of money, and no work has been done for a long time, and it's unfair to poor people. If I didn't do my job that long, not only would I not get paid, but I already would have been fired. And so we need to resolve this. So whatever they're doing, they need to do it quickly so we can move.
Again, thank you very much. Again, folks, we want to remind you, as always, thanks for joining us. Continue to share the show. It's a beautiful Friday where I am. The sun is up. It's hot. Glenn, I believe the weather is nice at your end too, right? I believe Dr. Bobler is missing America now because this is when he loves to be in America. We're going to keep you in Liberia a little bit, Dr. Bobler. You're not coming anytime soon. But we want to welcome all of you. It's very important. We got a jam-packed topic show for you today, right? This meeting with the president is developing, is unique. Everything about what the decision will be like, we would inform you. But there you have it. The president is engaging, but how serious is his engagement? Again, the folks representative then going back home in the district. Will Richard Cohn be a part-time speaker? Would they refuse if the ruling go on the side of Fonati Kofa? Fonati Kofar, if it goes on the side of Richard Cohn, would they be in compliance? Would it now be forced to go and sit in session and call it a day and be Lord about it? These are big situations in our country that we all have to be concerned about. The Chief Justice realized that she will be retiring too. How important is sending your retirement to this decision? The Chief Justice. And when we talk about Chief Justice here, don't forget, we do also have James Eto Wodokali, and we do also have Justice Johnson, the wife of the former Justice Minister Kobe Johnson. And imagine we have Justice Bese, and we also have what's the other justice named Kabak. Imagine these are senior members. They know Liberia. They know the system. What kind of legacy would they leave back? What kind? Are they willing to put another decision out that would destroy the country? Are they willing to do it for the people, for the country? I mean, these are some serious questions. They got the children, they got the loved ones, they got businesses in the country. They're from the county you from. They're from Nimba. They're from this county, that county. Will they protect the nation and the Constitution that we should have taken oath to protect? But why is the president still calling for Fonati Kofar? Why? Why is the president still calling for Fonati? The answer remains the answer. Is there something under there Fonati going to break? Should Fonati break at this time? What will happen if Fonati break? What will happen if Fonati say, yes, I will negotiate and we'll call this a day? Let me come back to Tamba. Let's close up on this. What's the bigger picture here? What if Fonati break? Can Fonati break? That's the first thing. We want to go into Nimba, but let's see with this one. Let's close up on this. Tamba.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. I think Fonati, as the speaker who was elected prior to his political ouster by the majority bloc, still has some level of legitimacy in the sight of the law, as well as in the sight of the executive, despite the guardians that the president or the administration got from the justice minister or the minister of justice that he should do business with the majority bloc. But here's the underlying factor. I don't believe that the Supreme Court of Liberia is going to rule against itself or change its ruling. In this first ruling, the Supreme Court did say that whatever they do, whatever the majority bloc does, or the rule of law bloc does, that was what? It was ultra virus. Ultra virus means it's beyond their scope and authority. Fonati Kofar doesn't currently have the numbers to be able to sit and have a session and make laws or do anything as a speaker or as a House of Representatives. On the other hand, Richard Cohn, as a proprietor speaker of the majority bloc, what I learned from this saga for the last 5 to 6 months is that they didn't have the requisite majority numbers to remove Fonati. So they fell short in the numbers that are needed to legally remove a speaker. And also, you cannot remove yourself under a sitting speaker to go form your own bloc to remove the speaker. So in a way, even though both of them are claiming the speakership, they are all just protecting their own individual interests instead of putting the nation first. And that's a legacy. That's a legacy issue we are talking about. If these two gentlemen was putting Liberia first, when they were thinking about the children and the kind of nation we have had over the last 30 years that is still struggling to get our development agenda right, one of them would have stepped forward and say and exhibit moral leadership and say, in the interest of Liberia, I'm going to step away. But let me just try one more point, Stanton.
Yeah, we got to do this in under 2 minutes. I beg you. We got to squeeze in all the topics, please.
Absolutely. I think we still have an opportunity here. When the president reaches out to Fonati, he's trying his possible best to say, how can we bridge the gap here, despite the fact that we have the Supreme Court ruling. And there's still an opportunity here before the 23rd, which is next week, for both of them to find a way to move this nation forward. And whatever the ruling is, I think we should respect the ruling. The government of Liberia, through the president, should accept the ruling and enforce the ruling so that this country can move forward. Thank you, Stanton.
when we come up with these stories, people say, oh, da 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 da. Listen, it's bad. It's just bad all over. Do you think the president negotiating in good faith time record? Do you think the involvement of the president is in good faith?
Well, look, I'm not in the president's mind. I don't know what.
I'm not saying you are. Give me your opinion.
Yes, I will hope that he's doing this in good faith to put the greater need and the greater good of Liberia first. Because as the president, he swore to protect and uphold the Constitution of Liberia. And he's the moral leader of this nation. He's a father of this nation. So yes.
Thank you very much. Let me bring Fubi. Fubi, the same thing. We at a crossroad here, a different thing happening. Now we're running with this $8 million that cannot be accounted for. This is on Gafwan from the final ministry. The money. Just in the short time, Richard Kun came in as speaker, a lot of investment. And the president saying, well, they will take care of it. Just in the short time, we can go back in history. Do you think the president is operating in good faith? Though you disagree of the president intervention, you said there's a law tell the president not to intervene, but do you think the president is operating in good faith here, Fubi?
So the fact that he will reach out, I mean, he operates in good faith. I would say that for a fact, the fact that he will reach out. But like I said, I don't think he should do it. And like, to stress your point, and I will also go back to the ruling from Speaker Snow when he was speaker. The Supreme Court said, look, you are right, but the court cannot decide the leadership of the House. That was one thing they told him. You also go back to the December 6, 2024 ruling. Besides talking about ultra-virus or other terms, the Supreme Court also said that we cannot do for you what you're supposed to do for yourself. We cannot compel the majority to sit under the minority. And I've said this parable before, that nowhere in the world and no law will force a woman who wants to leave or divorce, who will divorce or abusive husband to sleep under the same roof with the man pending the divorce being finalized. Nowhere. It's the same with the representative. There is nowhere you can force the majority to sit under the gavel of the minority. And the only way Kofa can become speaker, he must have 49 members to be able to remove Ndokun. Other than that, it's a waste of time. Like I said, Article 38, each house shall adopt its own rules of procedure, enforce order, and with the concurrence of 2/3 of the entire membership may expel a member for a cause. All of these things, they didn't tell you that you can go to the Supreme Court for redress. So the executive cannot enforce the ruling of the Supreme Court on the House of Representatives. They can't enforce it. The House is immune. Article 42, no member of the Senate or House of Representatives shall be arrested, detained, prosecuted, or tried as a result of opinions expressed or votes cast in the exercise of the functions of his office. Members shall be privileged from arrest while attending or going to returning for session. Everything that they do in there, they are privileged. You cannot prosecute them for it. You can't take them to court. You can't hold them accountable. So the Supreme Court had no business hearing this political matter. And that's what we keep saying. And that's the law. That's the constitution. So when I'm quoting, I don't need to go to law school to do this. The people that wrote the law, they were ordinary people. I think only 1 or 2 lawyers were among the people that wrote the constitution. So if they could write it, it means that anybody with good IQ can also read and interpret it. The Supreme Court is only there to just guide the president so that we don't have chaotic state where people running up and down. That's why he said the Supreme Court. But then he said every matter the Supreme Court can hear. No, impeachment is done. Impeachment is done at the Senate. It's not done at the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court cannot hear everything.
Fubi, thank you very much. Let me be clear. Let me be clear, guys. I beg you. Can we just do it under 2 minutes? You can wash your own flag. I don't have to wash your time for you. Because if I tape that's it, then you say, oh, you caught my time. Just look at the time, everybody. Like Glenny, I want to hold you for last, Sister Glenny. I'm going to go back to Colonel Gray on this one. Colonel Gray, we can announce over and over again. Today, there was a meeting here between Funati Kofa and the president. Immediately, it was announced on Spoon that the president called Funati for a 4 p.m. meeting. Everybody came and everybody followed that. Yes, they met. President Bwaka met Funati Kofa on so many different conditions. And after everything was like, no, we should wait for the Supreme Court ruling, the president suggested, say, can you sit down with Kun? You'll set a committee and you'll discuss. Again, the president suggested that. And again, it was like, okay, we can meet so many times, but our own decision here is we will wait for the Supreme Court ruling. So here we are. Elliot Atoulet, Dixon Siebel, every one of them, right? Reverend Anders, Jacob, they all, yeah, they met the majority black, but guess what happened? It fell flat again. With Debbie, all of them, it fell flat. Today is Friday, Conagray. People thinking about Nimba election. We're about to go there. Today is Friday. The people are saying wait for the result from the Supreme Court. What President Barker trying to do here? ECOWAS watching, AU watching, European Union, OAU, UN, the American. What the president trying to prove? What for Wednesday? You think that the president hearing something, saying something, knowing something, that why he trying to just push this thing for quick negotiation? But the minority members saying no, we will not break. I mean, what say you, Colonel Gray?
Well, Senator, I think the minority has this belief that they are covered by the law. Regardless, you can fight your own right. You can fight for your right, but you can fight your own right. And then let me pivot a little bit. Yes, a woman don't have to be under the same roof with her husband if she feel endangered. But then that's why the law exists. The judge will say, come and get a divorce legally. That earns you your freedom once you divorce. You're not forced to go there back, but you have to come back to the judge. The law will always adjudicate an issue as long as conflict exists. We're not talking about somebody leaving the House of Representatives to go, they cannot be arrested. That is a privilege given to them. But under the law, it says the Supreme Court is the only body clock with the responsibility of hearing conflict among the branches of government. They must exist separately but in harmony. So I don't know what part of the law Fubi is reading. Maybe that's why I say you go to law school, you beat yourself to say, gosh, I wish I had known this. But anyway, Stanton, I think the president is looking at solving this matter from one perspective. It's always good to have a plan B. The plan B is if this doesn't work, maybe I'll use this other strategy. But to just ask Funadi to just resign, as easy as that, if he refuses, he's still within his right. Because resignation is a matter of personal issue, especially when you don't have dominion over the person resigning. If you want fire, if you have the right to hire and fire, Funadi would have been fired long since. But because there is a precedent on the books, there are ways in which we address this issue. Go get 49 votes, not by resolution. Resolution, that's the other side claiming that I know Funadi was not elected speaker by resolution. It was actually vote cast. So they're saying go back to that same principle, cast your vote to have him removed, but it must be 49 people. They don't have that number. So what they need to do is to follow what the law says. Supreme Court, if they're confused, look, the legislature can make a law today. The Supreme Court will have a review on that law and flag it and say no. In Fubi's mind, that's interference. There's nobody within the law that is law and gospel. You know what I mean, brother? You have to make sure that someone adjudicate the matter whenever there is conflict. So if they make a law that is unconstitutional, the Supreme Court has the right to say, look, this law is unconstitutional. It's unacceptable. They sweep it aside. would you say no, it can't be because you're interfering? So I don't know which part of the law my brother is interpreting, but it's not coming out well. Stanton.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me bring in. Did you speak of this the second round? That would be Dr. Bople, right? Okay, Tefubi, then we'll go to Acido. Dr. Bople, this second round, let's close on this. A new development coming, a lot of stuff happening, Dr. Bople. But I want us to spend a lot of time in Nimba tonight. So let's close on this meeting. You think, would there be another meeting as we get closer to Wednesday, Dr. Bople?
I didn't get the tail end of that question, Stanton. You were saying what now? Would there be another meeting?
Yes, yes.
Oh, I don't look. I don't know. I honestly have said enough about this matter, and for me, I think the court will do what the court will do, and then we all will react to it when it's happened. Listen, I hear my friend Fubi talking, but I don't understand what he's saying. The Supreme Court actually has jurisdiction over matters brought to it. And so if the court rules, and I think that the court will be definitive and declarative this time, we'll all have to follow it. The lawmakers have to follow it. There's no such thing as immunity that like the court can't say anything about what to do in the first branch of government. And by the way, the legislative branch does not have oversight the way it was presented here, oversight of both the judicial and the executive branch. They have oversight of the executive branch and all of the things to do. The Supreme Court and the judicial branch has a degree of autonomy so that they can be arbiters of the law. And the Supreme Court is the final arbiter of matters brought before it. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens, Stanton. And I hope it happens quickly.
Thank you very much, Fubi. Let's close and we'll bring in Acido. Fubi, Fubi, you spoke before, right, Fubi? You close? All right, thank you. Let me bring in Acido, then Sis Glenn will take us home as we run straight into Nimba. Acido, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. It was a good thing Brother Fubi ran 4 times. He didn't win. And hopefully he will go for 8 more times and the people will not support him.
I mean, leave Fubi alone, man.
I'm not sure.
I said leave Fubi alone, but I will try to protect this thing. Leave the man alone. I know that's a joke. Take it as a joke. Go ahead.
The Supreme Court is not telling the legislature who should be their leader. They are not. They are only saying the processes by which you are doing this is wrong. Someone said the Supreme Court should not talk because of legislature. So when the legislature come out tomorrow and say we pass law, nobody should eat in Liberia, then nobody will eat. When legislature come and say we pass law, no one should go to school, then no one go to school. I mean, what sense does that make? They are not saying this is your leadership. They're only saying the process by which you're doing it is not in line with law. How hard is this thing? I said the thing yesterday again. Elon Musk is the friend of President Barack. Probably we need his robots to come Liberia and explain this thing. The robots that Elon Musk's company facing, we needed to come to explain this thing here. They just said the processes you're following is wrong. It's not in accordance with the law. No one can tell lawmakers say, may Rejekun speaker, may Azedona speaker, may this speaker. No. They want to say do it the right way. That's all they say, huh? And besides that, President Barack is not having any serious conversation with anyone. Fanatic Kofa is a very respectful big brother. Very respectful big brother. So much respectful. President Barack can call Speaker Kofa 2 billion times. Speaker Kofa will go there. He can call him 2 trillion times. Speaker Kofa will go there. He's respectful. But what is President Barack actually calling Speaker Kofa for? Why? What is he calling him for? He's calling him to tell him, my man, we got to move the country forward. You got to go to session. Or he calling him to say, no, don't go there, you speaker. I mean, why is he wasting the country's time? How did we get here? As we speak today, the so-called justice minister, state justice minister, the men who are interpreted, the first justice minister to rule on top of Supreme Court ruling, the first justice minister on the planet, Supreme Court rule, then he ruled on top of Supreme Court ruling. He's still justice minister today, right by Barack. Barack call police and say, you go to Speaker Kofa, you take all the car from him.
The other late picking went to Speaker Kofa's office on video camera and broke into it. This file complaint to police up to now knows something. What is Baka actually wasting the country's time? This thing is easy. Purported speaker of Richard Kun, go back to the real speaker, go to session, and the thing is solved. You don't need to be calling Speaker Kofa 2 billion times. Speaker Kofa will go there anytime he calls. But whatever he's calling for, we wish him well. Somebody told me age comes with wisdom, but it's hard to understand actually.
Glenny, let's have you in, Sis Glenny. Take us home on this thing. A lot of story coming up, but we have to go into Nimba before it get late. Let's hear you as you close on this topic, Sis Glenny.
I mean, I think everybody has said it. I like what Dr. Brobla said. So the court is there. If you don't call the court, they will not get involved in your issue. If you call them and you go to them, it means that you could not fix the problem you had, so you went to them. So now you've given them the jurisdiction to be able to adjudicate your case. So there's no way we can say that it doesn't concern them, or the legislators can be able to do their own things. But this is, I mean, we've said this over and over. If President Barker wanted to have this issue resolved, this is something that should have happened months ago. The fact that we reached now to maybe 72 hours that we're waiting for a ruling is pretty late in the game. I also don't think Fanati Kofa is going to abandon his cause that he has been trying to fight after and say, oh, I will just give up now and let the majority take the lead and I won't be a part. But what is even more concerning that we're not focused on is one of the reasons why the majority bloc was against Kofa was because of corruption. That was something they said. They wanted him to be audited. So we can't lose focus of that. And if we're hearing that $8 million is missing under the purported speaker and his majority bloc, he also now needs to be investigated. So whatever the ruling is in the end, they must also investigate these people. This is when for the formula should also come and say, this money that was supposed to be escrow to pay these people, where's the $8 million? So they have to be, a majority bloc also have to be investigated. You can't accuse somebody of something and then you end up doing the same thing or even doing worse. So they're not a better group if they within less than a year they were not able to manage $8 million that they've embezzled it. They need to be investigated. But I think everything right now, Center and everybody else, is reliant on the ruling of the Supreme Court. Until that happens, I don't think anyone is going to negotiate at this point in the game. It's too late, really too late.
But the question is, negotiate on what? Time and season in everything we do. Ecclesiastes 3:10.
Well, maybe they want to say now. I don't know. I don't even know if the government has information what the ruling is going to be. So if you know what the ruling is going to be, then that's the only reason you will be negotiating now, so that the government can be made to shame, because they've now worked with the majority bloc. If there is going to be a ruling that say you shouldn't have worked with the majority bloc, they were operating illegally, then that's the only reason why people will want to negotiate now. Other than that, there should be no reason. Both sides should wait for the Supreme Court to give their final ruling.
Glenny, while we sit here every day to do a beautiful program like this, people are just kind of like right there to say, are we serious? Dr. Bopler called for the president intervention. Everybody said, Mr. President, please step in. ECOWAS came and said, Mr. President, they said, we'll not meet you. After so many hours, the president decided unwillingly to meet ECOWAS team. When their team were hot, you didn't beat it. Now it's cool. People are seeing different things, they're sensing different things. And the president, who advising the president? Why are these guys doing this to President Bwaka? And sometimes you ask yourself, must he even listen to them? Because every advice in this direction can agree, fell flat, and continue to fall. And the Liberian people are tired. What are their achievements yet? For 2 years, you begin to ask yourself, what have this government achieved? What can this government boast about? That Obama was on the show. He said we will only be wise that the president just, listen. And while we're speaking on this, the president is preparing to travel, like you see, whether it will be a private jet again, I will announce it later, on Sunday. President Bwaga is leaving the country on Sunday. You know, when you go for the ECOWAS meeting, it has to be the private jet. I guarantee you it will be a private jet. But I want me to ask, are we serious? Are these some of the development? The president will be traveling again on Sunday, and we can all hope and all think that President Joseph Nimba Bwaga is probably going to be traveling on private jet. I don't even know why I'm saying private. I can guarantee you that ECOWAS program he attended, so, well, that will be another $65,000 to account for. Leaving us behind, the Supreme Court ruling. Leaving us behind, I know Fubi Henry said, well, the president is not voting in Nimba County, but the president is Nimba. Nimba is the president. But what shall we say then? Should we continue to say, well, let's hope when things are hopeless in the country? And that's why people come to listen to Spoon. Sunday, the president will be leaving and he'll be on his way to Ghana. For what? The very ECOWAS, the president said he couldn't meet. Why is in Ghana? The ruling will be made on Wednesday. I hope the president can return back to the country and listen to his people, the Liberian people. And then make that decision, that very hard decision, to say, yes, we made a mistake. But now people will come and say, well, that's a different branch of government, Article 16, Article 50. So we can announce that the president will be traveling. Whether it's this private jet he will travel on, or whether they will bring a brand new one, or whether the president will be traveling with ASCA, I would just say to wait and see. But the president will be traveling. President Bwaga is all set to go on Sunday. You know, people say, but Stanton, how you get this information? Liberia is a big place for every one of us. Just go ahead, just, ask people, they will answer you. In the next 24 to 48 hours, the president will be traveling. President Joseph Nimba Bwaga, my own Uncle Joe, leaving the country for Ghana to attend the ECOWAS summit. You can guarantee the president will be on another private jet. Oscar cannot get the president on the presidential wing that he can get in a motorcade to leave, so he got to go for private jet. Easy 65 to 85,000. The Mo Ali said, pick up and drop off. It's the Air Uber Air. They call it Uber Air. So that's where we are, folks. That's where we are, ladies and gentlemen. I beg for us to leave this one. I know everybody want to say something, but again, I beg for us to leave this.
No, just that briefcase that guy carrying, is that the nuclear briefcase?
Let me put it back up. I don't want to say what's in that bag because I know what's in that bag. And, we had a discussion about that bag before. So let's just well, yeah, you can consider that to be Liberia on a nuclear briefcase. So let's just move on, Conor Gray. Don't get me in situation here. I beg you. Okay. I want to bring up it's nothing else to say. We are not leaving. We are not leaving. We're on our way to Nimba. Am I correct? That a Bubla? Anything else to say? We're leaving. We're on our way to Nimba. The people welcome the fact that we have to move on. Akaris Mose Gray and Yeke Koluba in Nimba City with Edith Ganglowa. Is that Edith? I believe that's Edith, right?
It looks like her. It looks like her.
Yeah.
Yes.
Edith has not been well. All the up and down, she been under the weather. We pray for good health. We pray that she keep up the strength. Since she won the Liberia, she been sick. But with the information reaching us also, let's just get into it. George Manawia gave the camp of Edith $16,000 and a pickup truck, 16,000, and to put Edith in full gear. I mean, what say you? You think it's too late? It's just come too late here? That's a problem. And the momentum is growing. Akaris Gray joined the team. I heard that Jay Mevinco is on his way. and other folks. They are going to help Edith. And Jay Mevico also surrounded his speaker truck to the Edith camp to fight this thing. But actually, we would give you something on Sunday because Spoon will be there and we'll do the door-to-door voting, and for us to come up with some rare information. Our guys are there already, and we're digging deeper. Dr. Bobler, what say you about the election in Nimba? Today is Friday the 18th.
Look, any support giving, Stanton, can help. Of course, those who ever work with campaign, you know that the sooner you get the support, the better. And that's particularly true in our landscape where people are not easily accessible and you can't just get to them like other places. But any support giving, help. So if the former president sends something, if the representative Cole sends something, Yega Koluba, fine. Good for Gonglo Ware. I do think at the end of the day, it will be the person who was able to mobilize enough people to come out. Whatever the reason is, that's a different thing. We know the personality politics in our country, unfortunately, is the norm. A lot of our politics is not issue driven. It is personality. I like you, so I vote for you. And so at the end of the day, the person who was able to mobilize enough people as the person who's going to win. So, it's Friday. We got about 3 more days of swinging and rocking, and then it'll be time to vote. And then we'll see. We're all anxious to see what happens in Nimba, because that's an important election. For me personally, I'm disappointed because I hear no vision, nothing captivating. Even when the campaign manager came here, he talked from like you're reading from sheet. We talk about these general things, education, healthcare. I think that's not a vision. A vision pinpoints something so that people can hold you accountable. But they're scared to do that. So they talk in generalities. And then when the time finished, you can't show what they really did. I hope that the person who wins will bring something to Monrovia and bring something to Nimba. So we'll see.
Bobler, thank you very much. I want to say that the Secretary General of CMC will be coming on. He reached out to talk to us about the whereabouts of Mark Blair and his political leader, Musa Bediti. So if we close on the session, the nation's concerned as to where is Musa, whether he was adopted, and we'll go to him. I want to come to you, my brother Tamba. We're in Nimba right now. What's your take? George Banners, we had a former president of the Republic of Liberia, sent some donation on the way to Edith, and Edith received these donation, and she kind of like too happy, by the way, knowing very well the former president is in her corner. As per this picture, take a look. Number 3, Edith, the president is a son that he have endorsed. I don't know whether he will be speaking because it's hard for George Banners. We have to say anything. Picture is not the only thing he have to speak, but there you go, his contribution to the campaign. People are saying it's important. So let me ask you, Tamba, does it mean that he have turned his back on Mark Blair and Garrison Yeru now?
Yeah, interesting question, Stanton. I think any kind of support that is given to Edith or any of the candidates running will be welcome, because I have had election experience in Lofa County. It is expensive, especially if you have 400-500 polling stations where it is a by-election, it is a county election, it is hotly contested, and you need to have your people there with eyes on the ground to protect the vote. And this is why the resources are coming at this time will be welcomed by Edith, from former President George Banners. Is it too late? The results will show, on the 22nd on Tuesday. But in my prior expose on the CDC's support of 3 candidates, I still believe that it was a missed opportunity. I still believe that CDC as a party should have put their support behind Edith Gunglo where I'm seeing now that they are doing individually. Earlier this week, Honorable Gray, Carlos Gray, changed his support from the 3 candidates to 1 candidate, and now the former president, is also following suit. So look, we hope the best candidate win. Is it too little, too late? The jury is out, Stanton, and we'll know that next Tuesday. I can keep going. I just want to be mindful of my time.
No, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'm not talking to you. I'm just trying to bring in the SG of CMC on after the discussion. So I'm laughing at something they are saying. But again, let's go to Ed Reverend Great. You did your time well. With the same question, Eddie, and since Glenn will be the last to go on this one, the contribution of President George Manawea, does it mean that Mike Blayon is out and that of Garrison Yedu? CDC is now going in one hand in this Susu?
You know, Senator, I hate to give ourselves a pat on the back for, flagging that issue up earlier this week. We said, look, there's no way you can support 3 parts to an election that is so contentious between 2 people. Just identify your side and then throw your support behind it. Maybe that's not the reason why they decided this 9th hour to do that. But anytime that was done, it's plausible for the candidate that is on the receiving end. First it was Madam Sirleaf, now it's President Weah, and other big wigs also throwing that. Look, I think the campaign manager came up here yesterday and said there were some 263 polling booths that they have to go in and mine, and that will make the difference. If you protect the vote, and then whatever comes out of that process is genuine, other than people throwing stuff. We've had history where people throw stuff over the sea, on the river and so on, left some in the bushes. But if you protect your vote and your candidate, happens to be the victorious or even the loser, then definitely that you did your best. But yes, it was good that I was going to see it as a strategy earlier on to have 3 candidates in the race and don't support anyone. But as time progresses, you could see that yes, Koga will be extremely difficult to beat, but Edith have gained momentum no matter what happens. So he has made this election very, very competitive, to the point where those other candidates in the race, they know themselves. They know definitely they will not go anywhere. So some of them, like the Gumpo and others, have just seeded their support behind one person or the other. That's how you do it in politics. But the fact that historically you took part, that will reward you sometimes in the future. But for now, definitely you don't have a shot at it. You let it go, and then tail your support behind one person. I'm glad the president is among those numbers that came up and support one side or the other.
Do you think that then, because the former president, 2 former presidents supported either? Anyway, I'm going to bring in. Do you think that President Baga should throw his support in for his candidate now?
When they're the incumbent, it's very difficult because you're going to alienate a lot of people. Politically, I would not advise him to. I mean, his side, right? Because the side the party have taken.
I know his side. I know President Baga's side. He didn't say it.
No, but I mean, his unity party, definitely, they supporting Koga. So, by extension, that's President
Can you imagine the 2 former presidents turning their back on President Baga? I mean, what does that say? The 2 former presidents, the immediate 2 former presidents. And even if you bring Chancellor will vote for Edith too. Because Chancellor former rep is voting for Edith. So that would be, no. That would be 3 former presidents to Joseph Baga alone. Are you kidding me?
Madam Sarah now running again, right? So she could care less. President Weir wants to come back. So there's a gambling he's taking.
Wow.
President Buckeye don't have to go depend in other gamble. He can just support from the back. That's politics, my brother. That's
Thank you. I just want the nation to know what we are discussing here. Fubi Herod, before we go to Isaac Doe. I mean, the endorsement from George Manning, we are the former president, but we went $16,000. I think that's a small money, by the way. George Manning, we have been stingy this time. Since he left power, he's very stingy. $16,000 to eat it, that's a small money, man. It can get you 3 pair of Ferragamo red bottom, something like that. But again, $16,000, come on. Go ahead, Fubi. What say you?
Yeah, so 30 seconds to go back. Look, Conor Gray, the Article 49 say remove Speaker a resolution of 2/3. They didn't say vote. And Reverend Dr. Bropler, oversight, the legislature has oversight over the judiciary. That's why they can impinge. That's why they can set up subordinate courts. That's why they can confirm them. That's why they can pass legislation. Those are all oversight roles. They will not have the day-to-day monitoring, but as they go along, it is noted that a justice or a judge misbehave against the law, they can impinge them and remove them from office. But back to the issue of Judge Weir's support to Edith, right now, like we said yesterday, and we continue to say, is a two-house race, and the ruling party versus opposition. So, and this is a key decision making for the 2029. So every help that you get during the campaign season is worth it. So, former president, we are contributing 16,000. There are a lot of things that can be done with 16,000 right now, and the state of the country, as I'm hearing, the people need a lot of things. And the chairman yesterday said they need 60,000 to get their pool washing on course. So that's also is a huge contribution towards that. So we can't overlook, and every drop in the bucket means something. So I think it's welcoming from their end, and I think either will appreciate it. And the decision now to rally behind a single candidate, and like I said before, you can't go in the race to fight somebody. It's not a wrestling match that you say let's 5 person hold a man knocking down. No, you put all the weight behind one person if you really want to beat Coker. So that's so at this point they are rallying behind Edith. I think that's a good strategy if they can continue and sustain that. And Coker will also not play down. And that's why you see the VP is heavily campaigning, because he knows that this also tied to him.
Thank you very much, Foodie. Let me bring in Isaac, then we go ahead to Glenny. Isaac, let's talk.
Yeah, while we are on Nimba now is good. Let me just say this. Yeke Koluba said something in Lofa today. In Nimba that I thought was funny, and you will want to hear. I'm not sure if you follow. He said Jeremiah Kun has opened ATM machine. You eat your own and vote for Edith. I thought it was funny. Now we've taken ATM over there, and the vice president now got ATM in a car. He just dashing money. Oh, co-author. So Representative Koluba is telling you, take your own from the ATM, eat it good, and vote for Edith. That's what he said. I thought it was necessary to bring on. And, just for a little clarity, the picture that was shown by my brother Stanton is a picture taken in 2023 with the former president, the political B-52 of Liberian politics that we all know. It was 2023. We all know one thing of the president. He absolutely supports women leadership in political governance. And he absolutely supports Edith in as much as he knows that all the other candidates that the CDC put their weight behind can represent Nimba. So yeah, the former president, President Weir, supports Edith, of course, and he also believes that all of the other candidates that the CDC put their weight behind, asking their citizens to choose either of them, can do a better job in Nimba County. But what is important here? It is shocking to me to see how competitive Nimba is today. I was looking at the other video when the vice president was passing somewhere, and you see all the children on the road putting their 3 finger ups. We don't want money. We want Edith. We don't want money. I thought it was shocking. During the days of Prince Johnson, you rarely see these things. I don't remember the last time when Prince Johnson was on the street giving people money for vote. I don't remember it. If anybody has remember such, you got video, you can give it to us to see. But no, Prince Johnson who uses voice to commend the people. Today, like Yeka said, we got ATM machine in Nimba now. Why the VP is just everywhere on the street, just dishing out to your quarter. What have we come to? This is not the Nimba politics we know. Nimba know their true sons. That's why Prince Johnson who commend the cry. And like I said, I've been seeing, talking to people, Nimba has taken a different turn. Oh yeah, the people of Nimba have waken up. They know that Representative Koga is divisive. They know that Representative Koga had 13 years and he didn't do nothing for them. Every time he speaks, it's about tribe, it's about insult to Muslims, to Mandingos. Those are the things he speaks on. And that's the reason why most of the people tend to choose Edith, because she comes with a known vision, she comes with no energy, and the people want something different. What can Koga do the next one day that he has not done 13 years ago? What? Is this something that Koga can carry back to Nimba that he had not had the opportunity to take back 13 years ago? I will always re-echo this. My little child, my son here is 12. And I remember when my son was born some plenty years ago, Koga was already representative. What has he done? So the people see Edith as the lone female. That's the reason why the contrast could not be different at all. President Sirleaf, former Vice President Joel Howard Taylor endorsing Edith, Prophet Key endorsing Koga. You cannot distinguish. Listen, this is not a contest that anybody can argue on. It is so different in its nature. See the people behind Edith, see the people behind Koga. Koga people comes on and say, Mandigo people come and take their land away. So Mandigo people should not come anywhere close to power. And you have the other people preaching unity for Nimba. One man wanted to divide Nimba because he felt Prince Johnson was popular and he wanted man on one side, Gil on one side. This election is about Nimba. This election in my mind is Edith and any of the other candidates. President Weah has had meeting with all of them. He has given them his direction. The photo you saw is.
I said, we gotta go now. We gotta go in. I said, let me ask you real quick before bringing sis Edith. You said this picture is an old picture, right?
Yeah, this picture, yeah.
Okay. How old was Joel? Did Edith ever take part in the election 20 that she came number 3 on the list?
No, that is doctor, is edited. That's not the picture. Those things.
So Joel took an edited picture and put it on the page.
Which page?
It's on Joel's official page.
Go for the official page and put it up.
No, I'm not going for it. You search for it. Are you saying that? But I'm telling you what I know too. We just got to get it straight.
But this number.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on a minute. Are you saying that Joe, we are not supporting Edith as Edith Gongolo, where he stay part of the 3-way candidate support?
Thank you for your question. So brilliant. Like I said, I'm sure you must have heard me. President Weah believes in women political leadership. He absolutely supports Edith, as he believes any of the 3 candidates are better position or is better position to represent Nimba. So of course he met with Edith, he gave his support, he gave direction to Edith, he met with Gayeson, he met with Matt.
I'm not talking about Gayeson. I'm talking about Edith. If you go on President George Manuel Weah official Facebook page, I want everybody to go on that page. You find this picture. He posted a picture last night, 40 in the morning Liberian time. The president himself posted this picture. So what is president deceiving the Liberian people?
Yeah, I think Isaac is right.
So you asking me just like
Fubi, wait. I'm asking, wait, Fubi. President George Manuel Weah, is he deceiving the camp of Edith? Is he deceiving the Liberian people? Because President George Manuel Weah is his official page. He posted this. Why would the president post this? Who edited it that caused the president to post it? I want Liberian to follow down.
So Stanton, you will not bring that campaign speech here.
Is that campaign speech? No. You got I say stop. The president is your political leader. And don't tell me about campaign speech. I say the Liberian people want us to understand. Let me go to Fubi. Fubi, say you come in the defense to this, let me ask you. On President George Manuel Weah official page, Liberian time, between 2 to 3 a.m. Go there, is there. The president himself posted this picture. Is he lying to the Liberian people that he supported Edith?
Well, which
Was it a mistake?
That's why his
I
page,
say I'm done
bro.
with you. I say I'm done with you. I beg you, I won't bring in Fubi, I won't bring in Sis Glenny. Because if the president posted this picture with our information that he gave Edith $16,000 and 250 bank arrests, what's the importance of posting an edited picture, Fubi?
Yeah, so I think to post an edited picture was wrong, because the first thing, that's like I just said, it's 123 picture, and the inscription you see on the hat and on the shirt, if even you see it's twisted on the shirt, it's not even a line. So it's not something that was actually printed recently. So it's not a recent picture. So I think that he shouldn't have done that. You can post and say, look, you support Edith, but not to doctor the picture and try to put those inscriptions. But the support, you can have a genuine support. But I think, like as I said, he also support the other two candidates. So it means that it's not 100% behind Edith. So
and that's my point you just made. And listen, people say President Weah should make up his mind, but to send a fake, updated, edited picture, right? He should come clean. He should either go in and announce on the radio, because Asador is saying that's an old picture, it was dotted, right? We believe it was dotted picture. We believe it was edited. But let's come to the fact, is President Weah in this day, today, right? Coming out to say, my hands up, I'm supporting Edith, and those pictures are accurate pictures. Glenny, let me hear you, please.
No picture on President Weah page.
So let me just say,
Glenny, can you talk to us, please?
I want to talk about the picture first. I can tell you that picture is not on President Weah's page. President Weah's page is so on Facebook. You have registered pages that have that blue inscription. On President Weah official page, he has over 500,000 people. The page that picture is on is not his page. There are 5 or 6 different former president and President Weah page. So I just went to his official page because I follow him, the one that has the blue, I forgot what they call, the metal, your register or whatever, because I also have it on my page. Weah's page, hold on, let me show you his page. That picture, it only says George Weah. That's all. I can't hear you, you're muted.
Glenny, I'm saying screenshot it and please send it to me. Let me put it up.
Yeah, I
and
was
we'll see it better.
Because this is his official page. This is the register page. This is the one that has Meta verified. So anybody that has Meta verified, that means they check your record, because I have Meta verified on my page. They validated it's you. You have to pay for $24 a month to have Meta verified, so no one can copy your page. That's why I know that this is Weah's page. So let me send it to you. That other page is not his. I'm not his supporter.
Why you saying that? Let me say something, Glenny, and something, because when we do this show, right, we come from a place. Let me just reveal something. Asa was on the call yesterday. I was on the call when the picture came in. Glenny, let me tell you, Asa is here. You fire away. When the picture came in from the CDC camp, they called me and said the president posted a picture. I said on the show. They called me. Tamba. So you see, I hate when people play this game. And let's be real, Colonel Gray. Seditionists called me, and I said was on the call. And this picture, they were celebrating it all in the chat room, Glendy. And they said the president posted this picture. I said, you see it on the show today. He didn't debunk them. He was on the call. I said, wait, my man, don't shake your hand by your toe about. Stop. Let's talk one at a time. I said was on the call. Tamba. I was surprised to receive the call. They sent the picture to me. They say it's on the page. We verify it. Today we are looking at mentor with CDC. I can name all the sedition, Glendy, that was on that call. And it was celebrated. It was
Is it possible that the post was taken down afterwards?
No, it's not. It's not his page. That post is everywhere. We even saw that picture at 4 o'clock yesterday.
Glenny, wait, I gave you information. I'm talking about I say. The CDC people that watching, they know I'm talking to. So I beg you, Glenny. They were off the call. I can call their names, say, hi, hurricane of CDC. They were celebrating President. We are endorsing Edith. How you count the show and pretend that you wasn't on the call? I said, no. Why would you pretend? This is not interesting in our conversation. You were on the call. Kev Hassan was on the call. I'm not going to call the other leaders their name because I just don't want to get them in situation. They called me and said President endorsed Edith. They told me that the president sent 250 bank arrests. They told me that the president gets $16,000. But you won't come on the People's Show and say that's not true? Oh, I say go now. So if you push me on a grade, guess what happened? I will tell you exactly what you say in the back. So Glenny, you may be right, Glenny? You're probably right, it's not there, but that's what CDC running with in the chat room. That's what CDC saying. That's why CDC calling all the network to say the president, where I take the 16,000 from. They're celebrating with it. So now I call their names. And that's how I do my thing. So Glenny, you're probably right. Maybe they're lying to Edith, maybe they took it down, or maybe Joey are just trying to get do Joey thing. Wait, let Glenny finish.
Glenny, is that the Facebook page?
Yes. So on Facebook, and this picture has, I can tell you that this Edith is, I'm in the Edith camp. George Weah has not officially named anyone. He has spoken to the camp, just like the chairperson said yesterday. He has not endorsed Edith officially. That's not something we know, but we know that he is supporting all three of the candidates, like he said. Now, between now and tomorrow, if he does that, then that would be news for everybody. But he has not. But like I said, Meta Verify. Anytime you want to, and the Meta Verify page is the go-to process. You have to send your driver's license. You have to use one picture. They have to validate the face. So Weah's picture, if you find George Weah, he's not even president. His page is George Weah. He has the blue circle. He has 515 followers, 15,000 followers on his page. That's his official page. And I will tell you that that picture was not on that page yesterday, but that picture is on several other pictures. And I agree there may have been a conversation with Stanton and Seditious yesterday. Of course, this is political era. This is campaign. People will create stuff and say it's for you, but this picture, it's not authentic and it's not from George Weah's page.
Let me ask you a question, and thank you for that clarity, though. In this kind of politics, Glenny, let's have 5 different pages, right? 712 will deny all of them fully during the election. When we do the show, 712 will post. Priska Kapoor and all this one, you know, Fubi. He never have meter verification on those pages. These guys don't play games. They go ahead and post this thing to see what the people will say. It's in the chat room. The messages came from their chat room. But we shouldn't waste our time with this, Glenn. Thank you very much. And now we just know exactly, because when they push me.
4 days ago, President, we have posted on that page. 4 days.
Yeah. When they push me, I'll tell you, Remy Gray, when you push me, I will tell you who I was in that meeting. And I will call their name. And they can't say that loud because they call me. So, Glenny, let's go ahead. I'm sorry, that's who I am. Let's talk about Nimba, Glenny.
Dr. Bropler said something, and I wanted to disagree with him slightly. So he said the campaign manager for Edith was here yesterday. They didn't say much, talking about education. Those are general topics. But I want to say I applaud the fact that the campaign manager of Edith was here. We haven't seen any other campaign manager come out. I also want to say that in these elections, we have to be able to go beyond where we get to know about the candidates and what they're capable of doing. They say the onus should also be on Koga. He's been in the seat for 13 years. He should be able to come to say what I've done in the past, what I'm going to do forward. And so that's what we have to be. We have to have a different kind of politics where we get to know the qualification, we get to know what they're going to do for people. They say politics are local. We want to find out what is locally affecting the people so we know what candidates are doing. So it's not based, that elections will not continue to be based on tribal or gender issues. Let me end also. We talk about Vice President. I think somebody mentioned Vice President Kuhn. It's almost like Vice President Kuhn is running against Edith because and maybe he has the reason to do that because he's a sitting vice president and this is the candidate, so he can go out. But I also want him to be cautious of some of the things he's saying. In my opinion, some of the things that he's saying during this campaign there are things that will follow him for a long time. When you're saying to someone that, and he spoke yesterday, so that speech is all over, that Edith came to him and he told Edith, wait, it's not your time yet. I don't think for a sitting vice president that was appropriate for him to do. And people are saying, oh, he said that because Edith didn't support in 2023. He should not have said it. That was wrong. If Edith went to him, she went to him, probably he was the VP, wanted to find out what he had to say. But you can tell somebody, say, oh, and this is something he said publicly, oh, it's not your time, you need to wait. And then the analogy he made was to say that, oh, Edith is doing their politics like someone who's on drugs. Like politics is just like a person who on drugs. It's difficult for them to leave it. For if sitting vice president to say that for me, I think that was not correct and that was not appropriate for him to say. But whoever wins is Nimba politics. Like they say, I'm not from Nimba, but I'm a Liberian. Liberia is in my interest, and so I will participate in the things that interest. We hope the campaign will soon be over, but we really didn't hear from anybody. We didn't hear from any other candidates on the things they're working on and what they're going to do to improve the lives of the people in Nimba County. Thank you.
Let me stick with you. Let me stay with you one there because it's after 7, after 11 in Liberia. Let's hear you on this information coming up concerning what you are talking about. The president say, well, Manon Guillaume. You anything is those statements are divisive clearly. That, well, the Guillaume people eat it this time, the Manon people got to eat it this time, or the Manon people eat it this time, the Guillaume people got to eat it this. You think those are divisive statements?
So it depends on who hears it and what their interpretation is. I'm not from Nimba. So I'm not from Nimba. I may not be in the surrounding of Nimba to say this is how Nimba was built. This is how they've done things. When Prince Johnson was living and they had to do it this way, when Prince Johnson said this is the person we're following, this is what they're following. If we want to progress from where we've come from, that statement to me will mean that you're favoring one group over another, and that should not come from a sitting vice president who is a vice president for all people. To me, there will be some divisiveness in nature for me, for my interpretation. To somebody who is from Nimba, it will be acceptable for them because this is how they operate. But I think the vice president needs to stay away from those things, stay away from making those kind of comments because it's left for people to interpret it and not interpret it the way he means it.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We'll open the phone line. Don't forget, we got a lot to discuss. We're touching base on everything. Because of you, we are here. We hope you're having a wonderful Friday afternoon, evening, morning, wherever you find yourself today. The Nimba politics is gaining momentum. Again, we are still waiting for Wilfred, the CMC Secretary General. He said he was going to call to tell us the whereabouts of Musa Belete and that of Mike Blewion. And now Mike Blewion issue, yes, indeed, we spoke about it, but I think it's concerning how Musa left Mike Blewion. Let me move a little bit. When Wilfred come on, then we'll go back to him. The report is up, Dr. Beauplan. I want to come to you, Tamba, Asido, Colonel Greg, Fubi, and Sis Glenny. The LACC, go on the website, LACC. This is the first quarter report. 68 reports, the first quarter report. Some are ongoing, some are completed, and some of the cases, well, because of status of limitation, they had to drop it. Dr. Beauplan, what is concerning here? A couple of the cases I took away and I posted up today from the page. LTA, number 46, allegation of money laundering involving the senior officials of the LTA, 00531, an alleged act of money laundering from a suspicious transaction report was filed against a senior official of LTA, August 9, 2024, is ongoing. That'll hold your horses right there. I want to bring you to the next one. We'll talk about other one. Number 54. That report went into GAC. That GAC did the audit. Now, GAC audit versus LTA. GAC audit report for the period of 2017 to 2021 on LTA alleging financial malpractice and irregularity for 2017 through 2021. September 12, 2024, ongoing. Let me pull up the last one, and then we're going to say what makes this important. Let's go to 60. We will not talk about CBL today. It is completed, guys. October 14, 2024, GAC audit report on the Liberia telecommunication for the period January through December 2023. GAC audit report alleging financial improprieties and act of corruption involving official of the LTA. Completed. Who are involved? Currently, the acting chairperson of LTA, Abdullah Kamar. We've been singing this song. The report is damaging, Dr. Bople. They are referring them to go to court. LACC is bringing in lawyers to take them to court, to prosecute them. They will unseal the indictment. The report is sent to the president. The recommendation sent to the president. Abdullah Kamar, who claimed to be the nephew of the president, is in a situation that yes, indeed, he used the money. He has found every reason to defend the use of that money, over $3 million or so. What say you now the LACC report is out, Dr. Bople?
So, Stanton, thank you for sharing the report. But I hope we can all see the LACC, I've said before, is on the tail end of this corruption culture. It already happened or is suspected of happening. And then it gets to the LACC. And then they spend all this time gathering information, trying to put things in the proper perspective. And then they write this report. So it is time consuming, it is laborious, it is intensive. And then when they're done, they package it standard, and then they say, we'll send you to court. Please show me one country that has an anti-corruption bureau, and as a result of that, corruption is minimized. The answer is none. So instead of spending all this money establishing an institution that you're going to overwhelm, especially in a culture of impunity like Liberia, shift the resources and make it difficult for people and have a zero tolerance of corruption. You don't need to have a whole separate bureau. So when were these things, you saw how many ongoing you read tonight's standard? It will be ongoing for a while. And then you take all those people try to persecute them. Then you get through the legal system, it drags out. I'm sorry, this will not minimize corruption in Liberia at all. You change the system some, you have zero tolerance with these kind of corrupt behavior. You fire people more and you will reduce corruption. But sending people to LACC isn't it done. And I appreciate all the work that they do there, but I'm sorry, it's just too much work for too little to show at the end of the day.
So are you saying that I'm trying to figure out your end game here, Dr. Boble? We've been running with this through LACC, NOCAL, National Road Fund. I should also add National Road Fund. Josita Winter Nouvelle is right there, completed. LACC, completed, and all these different completed cases. I really want to, they are looking to prosecute these people. In the interim, an integrity institution have come up with a recommendation. Some will be set free because they didn't find anything. But like the LTA, we can show the people they found something. What do you think the president should do now? He have the recommendation on his desk.
Look, you were asking me?
Yes, Dr. Poplar. Then we'll go around. Dr. Poplar, you.
Okay. Look, I had wished and still do wish that this president would get ahead of some of these things and just have a different attitude toward corrupt. You know, the president ran on the anti-corruption agenda, and then you become president, and you don't seem to have the audacity to just say, you know what, I ran on this. It's not gonna happen on my watch. It's not gonna happen. You don't fund business, we're gonna remove you. Remember, political appointment those are not constitutional entitlement. You serve at the will and the pleasure of the president. So if your agency, your department, all these things are caught up in all of these kinds of impropriety, you move people. You take too long. You drag things out, so people feel like, oh, the president is just, he's not going to do much or anything. And remember, it's the certainty of punishment that deters people, not the severity. So the people know nothing really different yet. There's no nonsense precedent yet. No zero tolerance of corruption culture yet. So they're just doing their thing. And so it's frustrating. It's frustrating because the poor people's resources are just being squandered, and every day we get these reports. So we'll see. I don't know. I just think it's too long a process, too much resources invested there. And at the end of the day, we'll hardly see anything.
Dr. Bobler, thank you. We're going to bring in Sis Glennie. After this round, we can just close the show. I want to announce summary statistic of cases handled. Dr. Bobler, you're right. For the first quarter only, from January to March 2025, cases brought forward from December 2024 is 68. From last year, they brought 68 cases forward. Cases reported to the department of the first quarter 2025, 17. Total number of cases handled during the period first quarter 2025, 85 cases. Cases recommended closed for either status of limitation or lack of evidence, 16. There we go. Some of these things, I don't know whether these things can be a closed case, but there you go. Cases completed and submitted to the Board of Commissioners, 5. Total number of cases carried forward for second quarter, 64. Now you got to understand, the 5 cases, those are cases that are completed. Those are cases that will be going to court somewhat, and that's a problem. That's where the problem begins. And I want to say, Glennie, this report, you want to say something real quick before we go to Glennie?
Yeah, I do, and I appreciate that table you showed, Stanley. So just think about how this is going to overwhelm. Look, first, it took all this time to get to this place. And now you're going to try to move this through the judicial system, or system that is not fully supported, that is not as strong as it needs to be. You will be on it until the president's term tenure is over. This is not solving the corruption problem. Enemy number one in our country. Shift this thing, decentralize, and fire people more, and we'll get better outcomes.
So there you have it. Again, as Glennie, you want to add something real quick? We're wrapping this up. No, let me bring you Tama. What you make of this LACC report in the first quarter? What would the president do now?
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. I think the fight against corruption in Liberia is our greatest challenge and greatest opportunity to get it right this time around. Looking at this table and the summary report of the cases, for me, the first thing that comes to my mind, what is the value for money that we are getting from the LACC? Now, you imagine 65 cases brought forward, 68 cases brought forward from 2024. And in the first quarter of this year alone, they handled over 85 cases. And of those, if you look at the 68 and the 85, only 5 cases have been recommended for prosecution to date. Now we are in Q2. I think I agree with Dr. Brofplay in that, the process in itself is too lengthy. It is only in Liberia I see that we are treating people who are accused of corruption and allegation of stealing. We treat them like VIPs. It should be the other way around. And I'm sure that, we have Liberian law. When the allegation comes up, you are innocent until proven guilty. But this is where the presidency has the opportunity to fast track these cases. That's one thing you can do. Fast track these cases. If our legal system cannot handle these cases, then let's think of creating a specialized corruption court. That's number 2. And then the third thing the president should consider is that why not empower LACC and turn LACC and give it prosecutorial powers so that all this money that we
have it. They do have prosecutorial power. LACC do have it.
Well, it's showing that they are recommending the cases for prosecution, but they are not indicting and taking the people to court. So if
I think it's more investigative power.
That's correct.
If you read the new art that which one the one that was amended by President Weah,
right?
They do have it.
Okay,
and that was a sticky argument.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to read out over this weekend. If you do have the prosecutorial powers, Stanton, then are they giving the Liberian people the value for money based on the pay they are getting, based on the positions they are holding, based on the offices that they are occupying? The fight against corruption remains our greatest challenge in Liberia. It's been the same challenge that George Manawia's presidency or the CDC presidency went through. It's the same challenge that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf failed in bigly during her 12 years period, when she brought her family members into the government. And it's the same challenge today that President Joseph Nimba is dealing with. Is the presidency being, insulated, or is someone blocking these things going on the president's desk? The president needs to really reevaluate his inner cycle. These advisors, if they cannot get these things to the president's desk to sign off of them, then they are wasting the Liberian people's money. The president needs to act swiftly, boldly, so that the people can begin to see the result of the fight against corruption. Set precedent, set clear examples. We Liberians, sometimes we are like turtle. You got to put fire on our backs for us to be able to walk. And that's what the president of Liberia needs to do.
Let me kind of grade this thing we have discussed it so many times. This is Abdullah Kamar from LTA. The report is damaging. Somebody from the executive management tried to prevent this. They tried to stop it, Conagray. But the report was submitted, it was submitted. Look at these things. It was sent over. Imagine President Bouaka would have said that corruption would be his number one after drugs. I don't know in which category the president lined them up. But yeah, we are, man. The president said, let's wait for the investigation. When the allegation came about, right? The president said, let's wait for the investigation. We'll send them over to LACC. LACC did the investigation. The president said, let's wait for the recommendation. Now LACC has submitted the recommendation. He's acting chairman. Abdullah Kamar is acting chairperson. What is President Bouaka addressed since the 16th? But it was submitted to the president on the 15th. It was made published on the 16th. What do you still have him on a major corruption allegation? The findings are there. Do you think the president seriously want to fight corruption here, or he's been selective? Edward McGray.
Standing those who recommended these anti-graft institutions, they also provided some of the other annexes that you need to give them that sharp teeth to bite among others, prosecution. And they will also recommend a special court, as Tamba and others have said. But you will see when somebody does not have the willpower to really execute. This is a game of kicking the can down the road to the other person. So take it from me. Um, the next time somebody will kick it down the road, it was first Madam Sirleaf, President Weir, now President Barkai. Is in he continues to kick the can down the road. That is to show you that the willpower does not exist. Because look, you don't need all of this anti-graft institution to prosecute wrongdoing. Uh, Call it as you may. Some people will say you're witchcraft, you're this and that, but that's exactly the mindset you need. You can never 100% end corruption, but you can create a fear in the system that people will be afraid to even, do the wrong thing. And I don't see the president as that individual who would do that, because he's been around for so long. He has ties to almost everybody that is around him. Those that are not around him, you touch this, somebody will call him. Look, you don't need a president with that level of compassion to go against crime. You need a no nonsense guy, and I don't see that in President Barker. I mean, he's a guy who um, has lived his life. He doesn't probably want to hurt anybody. So sorry to say, he's the wrong sheriff to prosecute crimes like corruption. Let's just hope that somebody will come that will have that feet. But President Barker is not. It doesn't come across as the guy that will make any difference in terms of the corruption. It's just a matter of buying time. Let the report come out, or let this come out. When they come out, then it will kick the can somewhere again. Say, "Oh, let's do that one." People know that. That's why they continue to do what they do.
I'm kind of surprised for you to say that, because as the likes come to you and Fubi will be last, then we'll close the show. We will do our closing thereafter. How can you say the president is not the sheriff, but the president in turn remove people for allegation? We can name them. The first set at LTA, he removed them just based on allegation. But when it comes to other people, then he's not the sheriff. Okay, ask to talk to me.
Well, Tamba, you were wishing that LACC got prosecutorial power. Little did you know that indeed George Weah gave it to them. That's the reason we've always said George Weah has done gun. Yes, they do have the power to prosecute, my brother. Yeah, they do have it now. There is this song they say, do as I say, don't do as I do, that the whole rescue thing. And I was speaking with someone who actually has a connection deep into LACC, a very big person in the Lagwen government. And I thought what they told me was cracking on the entire LACC stuff. I feel a little sorry for the lady who is there right now. She has too much of pressure on her. Too much of pressure. The person told
you muted yourself. I said you muted yourself.
Sorry. The person told me that when the United Party came to power, they came to power on too many things. 16 billion loss, payroll party. My girl is the owner of East International.
I said, hold on 1 minute. Tell me you don't eat on the show, sir. Yeah, thank you.
They came to power with all of these things. So now the pressure for her to do something about them is tough. How do you go to court that someone stole 16 billion when deep in the belly of your conscience nobody stole 16 billion? How do you go to court to say my girl owns East International when East International is doing business with you today? How do you go to court to say, Samuel took or coronavirus money when, of course, WFP managed coronavirus money? So it is giving the LACC tough times. Some of these things we look at it and say the LACC was slow, but it is a difficult thing to do. You come and say, oh my God, payroll party camp. How You carry somebody to court for payroll audit. Or central bank check or cash check over the counter. Cash check over the counter is not a crime. But you made people to believe those are crimes. Now, when it comes to the specific places where crimes were actually committed, like the LTA completed, what else will they tell you? It only tells you that, you can talk, but to prove what you say is the most difficult thing. And there is one thing everybody will want to note. The GSC should be auditing the government of Liberia every year that they did to CDC. 2024 has ended under Joseph Barker. When will the GSC start audit on any of the government entities under this government? When? All of the audit reports we're talking about today came from CDC. When would they start auditing this government? GSC should be auditing every year. 2024 ended. You want to also think about it. Ministry of Finance has not even posted on the website the year-end outcome report. Shouldn't that trigger a concern? Shouldn't that trigger an audit from GSC? No. The only thing we want to do is the one that CDC did. And when you finish saying these things, how do you prove it? How? It is not possible. You come and say Emma Glasgow is World Bank money. Now Emma Glasgow is even begging you. Say, LACC, I am here. Oh, don't forget about me. These things present.
As I read the report, if you go in the report, Emma Glasgow is mentioned of those allegations against her, and the investigation is ongoing. But let me say this. The GSC report is coming up next week. So I think you just said something that we're going to say, Dr. Poplar. The one you called it for, the year-end audit report is coming up next week. We got almost, we got our sources telling us that the report is troubling. Just to hit on that. But I want to go back to Dr. Poplar on this thing for we hearing. Is the report not necessary? We got Asa saying, well, bring out the report. Dr. Poplar saying, we got a report. Why is the president doing with the report? We got recommendations. What is the president doing with those recommendations? Can we say that, okay, now the president has something, he can just do a letter, tell his chief of staff and say, everybody involved, those are not clear, suspend them, remove them? On allegation, Swakogo Dennis Nokal, she was suspended. Asa, can you mute yourself, please? On allegation, Asa, can you mute yourself, please? Swakoko Dennis Nokal was suspended. On allegation, Ewino Zagba, Israel Akansaya, and every one of them, guess what happened? They were gone, Dr. Poplar. On allegations, Alosha Stalu, Central Bank, and Yimane Piercing, and the rest of them, they were gone. On allegation, LRRC, he was out. On allegation, Commerce Minister Amin Boda, he was forced to resign. We can name them all. I'm not wrong here to say that. What about this LTA chairperson? On allegation, James Momo of the MCSS on the FIA report that was revealed here on Spoon, the president refusing to suspend him. The president is responsible. They say in his letter this morning, the lawyer of James Momo, the lawyer of Sonita Dakon, the lawyer of Keita, they all appeared to LACC this morning to beg for more time. So why is the president selective in his decision? But as they say, waiting for GSC report again, those reports will come, I believe, they'll send it to LACC and it will be dusted on. That's my belief. And I will agree with Dr. Poplar. Look at the amount of money they use. It's online. Go on the page. Dr. Poplar asking for it. The amount of staff they got to pay, consultants' fees. We are wasting resources when the president is not acting upon those recommendations. Like, yeah, you Fubi, it's online. Go on La Bureau Anti-Corruption. It's there. It's there. Everything is there. Fubi.
Yeah, so the corruption everywhere. It's you don't have the political will to, especially from the president, to fight it. You definitely will not go anywhere. And we saw from past presidents. Samuel Doe came on, they know the rampant corruption. It became very corrupt. Charles Sittle came also, the government was, there was no accountability. Madam Salif King said corruption public enemy number one. Before energy said corruption is a way of life in Liberia, and that was a done deal. President Weah came and said, oh, we also fight corruption. At some time he said, oh, we are all related, and corruption will also swept under the carpet. And now President Bouaka is in charge, and so we will only hope and push him and all urge him, as we are doing now, for him to take decisive actions, like he has mandated his justice minister to go after these cases. Once they are finalized from LACC, I know, and I agree with Dr. Bopler, the procedures are too long at the end of the day, and that's why you see they are listing about 16 that they cannot move forward because of statute of limitation, because you waste all the time running after some of these things. And it will be good for us to know those cases that fall under those statute of limitations, because I think the statute of limitation is about 5 years. So it will be good to know some of those cases, and we can correctly say. And the LTA, I want to understand also, I think LTA case, I saw one of the reports that's saying from 2017 to 2023. So that's something that we also need to look at. So all those, it will be good for, nobody should be seen as sacred cow when it comes to corruption. Because when you start having these kind of sacred cows, then it means you spill the beans and it gets out of control. So regardless of who the person is, if you know you got suffered for a relative, don't appoint your relative when you get in power, because you will not have the willpower to deal with that person. So that's what people frown on nepotism, because at some point it also impedes the whole fight against corruption, because you look at the person's face, your auntie come, your sister come, your other poker and say, look, you can't do that to your brother, you can't do that to your son, you can't do that to your sister or your daughter, then all goes on the carpet. And so we need to, the presidential will is very important in the fight against corruption. And we'll urge President Bouaka, as you have committed to fighting corruption, you said it in your State of the Nation address, you said it in your inaugural address, let's hold this by the horn. Liberians are depending on that. And you have the full backing of the entire country to fight corruption. Don't see it as wish hunt, and don't see it as a family thing like other presidents fail to do. Take on everybody. If the person is your nephew or your woo, go after the person and bring them down. That once you set one or two strong examples, others will fall in queue and go with the marching order not to follow suit. But once they see that this person was left off the hook, the other person was left off the hook, it becomes something that we know which corner to bend to ask for appeal. Let's just do this thing, and it gets to LACC, it wastes time. 5 years, after 5 years, the case cannot be forwarded to court. It becomes a strong order based on statute of limitations. So I think let's keep amplifying our voices on this whole fight against corruption, and all this long bureaucracy, I think, is unnecessary too. So we need some fast track process. You know, all presidents have talked about this fast track stuff, but as I said it didn't happen. I think President Weah also said it didn't happen. I think we urge President Bouaka to also push for fast track on corruption. Hopefully, you figure 4 years plus. Let's make it happen. Let's see it done so that Liberians can at least have some relief to an extent. We can't be 100%, but at least the deterrent. We set some good examples.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's close the show. We want to be grateful to God for the beautiful show. I appreciate Sis Glennie and the rest of the guys on. I think, Tama, you were asking for this objects of expenditure 2025 approved appropriation $1.3 million. That's in compensation, goods and services $1.8 million, total amount $3.1 million. Right? It's on the website. So employee compensation is $224,259.49. There you have it. The rest of it is in consultancy. The rest of it is in different things. So Dr. Bopler, you are quite correct also. We putting money out there like crazy. So what is the return investment here? After everything, what the president so desire? To keep family members on and to just punish non-UPIs and to just punish non-family members? Is this how we go? Let's close the show. Let me start with Dr. Bobler. Dr. Bobler, now you see the numbers. Let's close, sir.
So the intent is good. The product, it's not worth the pain or the process. To have a LACC and expect that is going to dissuade or discourage corrupt people from being corrupt is already a failed experiment. The people at LACs are all smart people, good people, but I'm sorry, it's one of those agencies that is not going to help this culture of corruption and impunity. And I'm glad you put the numbers up, Stanton, because we're spending a lot of money and the benefit, when you juxtapose the benefit with the cost is way higher than the benefit. It's not worth it. A no nonsense attitude changes everything. You know, in Liberia, we follow the leader. A no nonsense attitude changes everything. To do that, though, you yourself as a leader must show some modesty. You know, you can't be extravagant, the people poor, and then you crack down on corruption. So it's not. We need a shift, and we still got time. The president got 5 years. It's still time to shift, and once you shift, people will start to fall in line, and then you won't have as many cases turned over to the LACC and spend the poor people's money this way. So, you know, let's move in a different direction. You know, one of the things we really got to get away from in Liberia, stop doing the same thing over and over again and expect a different outcome. You're not going to get a different outcome if you're doing the same thing. You want something different, you do something different. And I think it's very possible in the executive branch for the president to start doing some things differently, responding differently to these things, and you will see that corruption will begin to be minimized. Also, long-term fix, decentralize. Don't put all the people's money in one place and only a few people got all the authority to decide what happened with the money. Give the people the resources, decentralize, let there be some autonomy and authority in the counties, and we'll be in a better place all around, including corruption. It'll be minimized if you did it that way. It's easy to hold people accountable, standard, if the money is right here and we all know where the money is. But you put the money in Morovia, people put it in the pot, they eat it. The man grandchild, they know. All you know is the resources not coming there. The people in Bapolu don't know. All they know is the resources not coming there. But the people in Morovia, the monopoly, they're playing the people's resources. So let's shift, man. Let's do some things differently so we get some different outcome. We can do so. So we're hopeful.
Dr. Bobler, thank you very much for the beautiful evening, and thank you for contributing tonight. We do appreciate you. Let me go over now to Tamba.
Thank you, Chief. I got to get off. I got an early morning funeral. I got to get off. So
Again,
good night, everybody.
Our sympathy, and we wish you well. Thank you.
Good night, Dr. Bobler.
Yeah. Dr. Bobler, Tamba, let's close here.
Okay. Thank you, Stanton. You know, it's an opportunity to be here again tonight to contribute to these ongoing social economic development issues across Liberia. We care about these things because we love Liberia, and Liberia is the only country that we have. And we come here to talk about these things because they do matter to the ordinary person, so, you know, to the ordinary citizen. You know, the greatest threat to any nation is corruption. Corruption comes in those top 5 threats that poses a threat to any nation building. And this is why I wanted to start with corruption tonight, to close on corruption. There should be no sacred cows when you are fighting corruption. I know that Liberia is heavily tribal, indigenous, and these interlocking relationship and family ties have challenged every successive president since the end of the True Party. We've seen that in their fight against corruption. People are accused or are found with their hands in the cookies jar, and then they come at night or they send their families at night to beg for mercy so that they don't feel embarrassed They don't feel ashamed. But corruption is a fight that should be done boldly so that Liberia can once and for all turn a page. And if you were to put, the last 3 governments side by side, none of them have really done anything to help us defeat corruption in Liberia. And I know Dr. Brupla says shift, but I think we need a paradigm shift, a complete paradigm shift in terms of how we govern and how we run Liberia as a country. The final thing I'm going to close on tonight is what is happening in Nimba County. I know it's a challenging election. It's going to be a contentious election, but the message to the people of Nimba County is that they should go to the polls on Tuesday. They elect the senator, who's going to represent them at the Senate, and to do it orderly and peacefully. Do not let your emotions or do not let your political affiliations get in the way, and then you resort to violence after the results have been announced. You got to wait on the National Election Commission, on the NEC, to announce the results after you voted. Wait patiently, and whoever wins, the other candidates or the losing candidates should reach out and congratulate that person so that we can move Liberia forward, so that that person can go at the national legislature and contribute. It's been a great show tonight, Stanton. Thank you for having me on. And thank you.
Man, we're going to fine you for eating on the show.
Yes, I owe you an apology. I needed to.
No, we do not accept apologies. We'll find you. Thank you very much, Tamba. Thank you. Actually, let's hear you before Conor. You will be the last here. Let's take the troublemaker out of the way, and you can please bless us. Good Friday, by the way, to all. A good Friday.
Good Friday. Actually, today I have a very important announcement, or should I say, interaction with seditions, especially those in the USA, particularly those in Minnesota. I may not know a lot of you, but you always follow us on the show. You know what we do. We stand up for the party, and you can trust in us. This is forever lasting. You want to know that we have been reached out to many times to switch cars, but the only thing that will make us to switch cars is for Mount Everest to come down on the ground. We are with you in this, but there are important things we want to do. There are important things we want to achieve.
Are you going to see announcement on our show, man?
No, that's my own thing I'm talking. No, that announcement, my thing. So again, like I was saying, to all seditions in the US, if you are in Minnesota, if you are in the US, I want you to please do me a favor. Please go on Facebook, check for me, Isaac Doe, send me a DM. There are very important things we want to accomplish, and we want you to be part of it.
Isn't this a CDC announcement, Conor?
So please, if you are a sedition, if you in America, if you are in Minnesota where I am, please check me on Facebook. Just send me a DM, I will see it. And that's it. Just say hi or say CDC.
So wait, Tamba.
Thank you
Let's
very
go.
much.
I beg you. Can everybody go on Facebook and see how many people following Acid do? Maybe asking for more followers. So let's see. Acid do. What Acid do? Acid, how you do your name here? Acid. Yeah, Acid do. That's it, right? Only Acid do.
Yeah, just Acid do. I ain't got all that funny thing on my name. ISAAC.
No, but we've seen somebody here. Okay, you and your son, right?
No. I'm the only on Facebook.
You and your son.
I had to change my profile.
Look at this one.
Oh yeah, that's the cover page, and then I'm the one.
But this is your page, right?
Yeah, that is it. That is it.
So that's why you see, great. They may get one following. You get 22,000 followers. So the asking for more people are begging. Everybody that joined the show today, whether you like Acid or you really don't like him, can you just go follow him?
So again, I want you to send me your DM. Please don't follow Stanton. All seditions in America, in Minnesota, I am in Minnesota. Please check me up on Facebook. Send me a DM. Let's have interaction. I know you appreciate our efforts here every day. We too appreciate you supporting us, but we want to talk. But please, let me end up quickly on the last topic we had, which is LACC. And this is important and serious. In Ghana, when the president of Ghana took over, almost all of the former government officials left the country. In Freetown, Sierra Leone, when the government, Madame Bio, took over, almost all of the former officials left the country. In Liberia, when President Bouakai took over, 99.9% of CDC officials live in Liberia. What does that say? It should tell you that we are still waiting for this come to Jesus movement. When people that parade their falsehoods against officials of the CDC, the United Party, will come to this Jesus movement and say, I am sorry for all of the things. Let's go through it. United Party made the people to believe that CDC and those officials killed 4 auditors. We are begging President Bouakai to arrest those people and jail them. President Bouakai can. How? They made the people to believe that CDC officials killed 3 missing boys. We are begging President Bouakai. We are on our knees begging to arrest those people and jail them. They said Samuel Toe stole $1 billion. They only had to carry Samuel Toe to court for $6 million security money. And the funny thing to that is Samuel Toe spent $6 million in like 6 years. The United Party has spent $50 million for the same purpose in 1 year. They took Mangel to LACC for payroll party with all of the million for Mangel employing poor people, old people put on payroll. They said they came to LACC. They said Mangel was the one who owned East International. As we speak today, East International got business with Rescue. So how is Rescue now doing business with the same Mangel East International? Some people, we want to end on this. It is true United Party came to power on lies, and it is true they cannot govern on lies. This is the reason why you see LACC is so struggling. Because nothing, I've always said we cannot argue that nothing wrong or CDC was heaven and earth and perfect. No government is. But we can say about 90% of the things you heard were not true. They talk about President Weah build houses. Think about it. Who can build house in 6 months? Cement house. Those houses that President Weah started building from 2016, only because the pictures came up. The pictures came up. You want to distract me. The pictures came up in 2018. United Party said President Weah took government money. Yet and still today, President Bouakai is not man enough to go to the place and seize the properties.
Thank you. So let's bring in Fubi.
They cannot prove any of those things.
Thank
and my
you.
CDC people, don't forget to go into my inbox and text me, please.
That's it. Thank you very much. Let's bring in Fubi Harris. Fubi, it's always good having you. I just read something that said Jesus knew who Judas Iscariot was, but never addressed him. Sometimes you have to let people think you don't know they are fake. This is a Good Friday message somebody just sent to me because I said Good Friday to all. I don't know what I meant.
Amen. Amen. Hallelujah. Amen.
That message.
Leave our story.
Amen. Amen.
Look, I gotta read it one more time. I'm serious, right? I gotta read it one more time. Fubi, listen to what I say. Jesus knew. Today is Good Friday, right? We should be beating on Judas Iscariot. Judas died today, we're burying him tomorrow. But listen to what I say. Jesus knew who Judas Iscariot was, but never addressed him. Sometimes you have to let people think you don't know they are fake. But go ahead, do your closing.
Yeah, that message is appropriate. That message is appropriate.
I hope President Bouakai listening. I hope President Bouakai listening. Amen. Hallelujah. The show end, my man. I crossfire.
Yeah, get a friend chance.
I hope he's listening.
Man,
my man, Phoebe,
man, get a friend chance.
My man will be outside, bro. Don't
Yeah,
contest
no
nobody.
problem. I'm not worried about that one. Now you are begging
You
for
are a
money to run.
barman. You are a barman. You just
Now
texted
you
me
are
to
begging
say
for
the
money
show
to run.
closed and you say Fobi should close.
Yeah. So
Let me show standard message. I mean, I
no,
can't.
don't show mercy. Don't show
But
mercy.
let him make close. I beg you. I say we'll do that later.
But
Let him
when
make
you
close.
mention me now to
No,
tell me,
don't
say,
show mercy.
stop
Do that thing.
for me. Start on why you mention me.
Well, we gotta go. We got a female in studio. She gotta go home. I beg
Hey,
you.
man,
I
I'm
say,
barman.
go ahead, Fubi.
Yeah, that message is appropriate. Like you are trying to push and make all the guys look their sins. All those guys came to offices when they were hungry. We knew how they were looking. Today, all of them look like multi-millionaires. And before they left power, the U.S. government will almost put most of them on sanction. That should tell you that they were inherently corrupt. So you can't come here and make them look like saints. So the government just needs to take the appropriate steps to go after these guys to make them account for it. And to the people of Nimba County who say your destiny is in your hands. So go on Tuesday and vote for the candidate of the choice and give Nimba that brief, that air. And to the president who urged you to fight corruption, you are now in charge of the country. All other presidents have passed, whether they fail on fighting corruption, that's behind us. You now have the authority in your hand, and Liberians are yearning and looking up to you. If you fail, you dash the hope of the country again, like other presidents did. So we hope that you can take the bull by the horn and prosecute people. Forget about whether people will complain, whether people will cry, whether people are your relative, or whether people will see it as wish hunt. Go after them. The good thing that even those people that are supposed to other people that you go after, they will also be happy at the end of the day when they see that it was a just cause and they see corruption being minimized. Because if corruption is minimized, it helps to solve most of the other problems. The money that goes into one person's pocket can go to the hospital, can go to schools, can go to the roads, can go to loan for marketers and farmers, all these different avenues. So let's drive some of this, the fight so that at least the country can see some fresh air. And we look forward to, though I don't believe in support the Supreme Court handling that case, but we still look forward to it. And at the end of the day, Liberia will still move on. People think that it will be chaotic. I say no. And the Supreme Court does not have jurisdiction, but the country will still move on after Wednesday ruling. And the country will not burn. We'll still move on. Thank you. Good show.
So let me ask you a question. That back here, I know Congress coming. Let me ask you a quick question. Which side you think the Supreme Court will rule on?
For me, the Supreme Court should not even listen to that case. So,
they listen to the case now, and you don't want the majority of black to pay attention to it. We understand all of that, but you think whose side they're going to rule on? The minority or the majority?
From what Justice Bese said, you will see that he took side already with the minority, and we're looking in some of the questions that the justices asked when the hearing. You see that they were both leaning, but we'll leave it as it is and leave it hanging until they finally say what they have to say.
So which side do you think they're going to rule on, the majority or the minority?
The majority carries the day. Whether they rule or not, the majority still carries the day.
I understand you got a different view, but do you think they're going to rule on the minority side or the majority?
For me, I don't want. I think whatever the case is, from Justice Bese,
Great. I thought this guy was a legal scholar, great. The man went all around asking the super question. He's saying, "No, great."
So I think most of them lean into the minority.
Okay, great. Take us home, my brother.
Senator, I know the day with all the fighting the poor doing there, the day somebody knocks someone unconscious in that place, that's the day we know that the court will involve. There's nothing that exists in the republic that the court cannot adjudicate, regardless of whether there is a principle of checks and balance. But let me go back and say the issue about Nimba. We hope that people will come out of there. Look, democracy was meant to be civilized. The reason I say it just takes the spirit. If you lose an election, that's not the end of you. Come back, A majority of the folks I know in this world who ran the first time maybe never even got their will. For Miss Edith or Mrs. Edith Gonglu, where this is probably a third or so time running for that office. But this is Koga's probably first time. Whether or not he wins, good luck to him. But if he doesn't win, he must accept the result. So I say the same to Mrs. Ware. But at the end of the day, the peace and tranquility of the people of Nimba is more important. We've seen past elections where people lost their life in that very Nimba. Can be extremely contentious, but that's not the end of life. If you lose an election, come back with a better campaign next time. You probably might win. But going back to the issue about corruption in Liberia, we all know that if we minimize it, even by 40%, our country will develop into, there's no competition around it because we have a smaller population that will benefit. We have all the resources, but the thing that is killing us, we're a very rich country, but poor people. So if we can end this, and I was looking forward to our president Boakai to be the one, because people say when you're not coming back in power, you do the thing because you don't care about hurting any other person and doing the right thing. But this is why I always make the case that President Boakai has the intention to run again, and that's his right. The Constitution allows him two terms. So the way it's progressing doesn't want to step on someone to, Stanton, you're a soccer player, man. Sometimes when the game is contentious, you whap someone, boom, especially their shin. That's how it's supposed to be when you're president. Come with that, especially if you ran on that mandate. There's no bygone be bygone. Look, that's why normally when you hear certain people announcing that they're running for the presidency, some people are human rights activists. Human rights activists by nature, they don't want to hurt anybody. You understand? They don't want to hurt anybody. And then some people, they advocate for human justice and this. Those kind of people are not coming. They don't want to hurt anybody. Look, when you start mounting down corruption, nobody in the country will love you. But when the results come, everybody will celebrate that result. Like what happened to Ghana, Burkina Faso, even in Tanzania when the gentleman was there, Magufuli. It's not an easy fight. It's not an easy battle. But as a human rights person come there, we just tell President Boakai don't want to hurt anybody because that seen by nature is a peaceful man. Look, the presidency is a place where you stand up and do the right thing. Just make sure you lead by example. You lead by example. That's why I say anybody who succeeds, President Boakai should not care about coming back to power, should not be a human rights person. I'm not saying don't respect the rights of people, but that should not be your overarching thinking because in Liberia, impunity, is the order of the day. So to fight impunity, you must be extremely, extremely tough. I don't want to use the word ruthless. It might sound like dictatorship. But we hope the president will act on some of these reports. Look, our courts are extremely corrupt. If you ask me, I say constitute, special courts that will expel some of these cases, quickly so that we can start seeing some result. Look, if you work the next few months and put some people behind bars for stealing, you get the result. My brother, I think society will reward you justly or handsomely. But if it's just business as usual, stalling until your time comes and pass, you're making, your successor job very, very difficult because they too will come there and say, well, I'm the no-nonsense guy where it's going to end up to be a brother-sister relationship or kind of, that kind of movement. Now, right now, we all one, come from the same family. Look, you touch this person, you touching this. You don't run a country successfully by doing that. No one respects the law, Stanton. Have a good day, sir. Are you there? All right.
Thank you very much, guys. And let me do my closing while I wait for the last video. Thank you very much, Lorena, for producing today. You are special. You are great. And Lorena is doing extremely well for the Spoon Network. I really want to appreciate you for hanging along with us today to produce a great show. Let me go back. And I agree with what you say, everyone. You know, people say, but why you pick on Musa Belete today? Musa is a leader. But you got to be that leader, and you got to set an example. You know, this thing about Musa, it started from the Liberty Party. You know, it went into the CPP, and everybody accused Musa. You guys follow this story of different stuff. I'm not going there. Musa must have an argument on air and off air, but you cannot leave your candidate stranded, and you cannot leave by this kind of example. That in the midst of political warfare, you're relaxing, you went on a vacation, and you say you're trying to galvanize the people for CMC. No. Everybody should be on the battlefield. I say, are you talking to us? Everybody should be on the battlefield, right? Everybody should go push for that one cause to see that Mark Blair want to win this thing. And then the optic, and somebody you said it right, to see that Musa is ahead in every campaign. No, Mark Blair should be the photo, should be ahead in the picture. He's the candidate. I know Mark Blair is, you know, he's not, he need the money, he needed support, but Musa got to regroup and restructure this. It doesn't look good coming from Nimba, especially if Nimba is your base. It doesn't look good. So I believe Mark Blair will come distant fourth of fifth in this race, and it doesn't look good for CMC. I see Jerry Yogo, you know, district number 12 he's joined CMC. The other gentleman from Grand Bassa County joined on board CMC. I'm not saying CMC to be a formidable candidate at this time, a formidable party at this time, based on the fact that the presentation was wrong. I would tell Musa in private and openly that I think he kowtowed on this one. And I think his decision to feed a candidate in this race, and he left the candidate stranded, was very bad. I think it was unprofessional, and it's not the will of the people. There's no hope in Magleon right now. So Magleon is out of the race. Officially, you know, we can announce that Magleon is out of the race because he's stranded. He doesn't have money, no vehicle, no transportation, and he's on the way. And you know, he's on the way back for bread, begging for transportation, and saying, "I'm stranded. I'm stranded." He's on the way doing that politically. That's what I meant. So we discussed Magleon, you know, and I know Magleon is a smart guy, you know, and he made a mistake, but they will recover. CDC will pick it up along the way. He's a sedition. They will pick it up along the way. And, you know, I believe ICDO is willing to send a car to pick Magleon up, and, you know, but it is what it is. I don't know the game plan, but I think it was wrong. We also discussed about the Supreme Court, the ruling and the meeting between President Joseph Yema Boakai and Speaker Funati Kofi. It's very important because the president is asking the speaker to step aside and to give Richard Kuhn the chance that they will pay all the bills. We're talking about $8 million in question. Just in this 6 months period, Richard Kuhn and Thomas Farah and the majority black, along with the executives, spent $8 million. They cannot get back on. They are now calling for recasting of the budget. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the kind of people that are leading the country and saying that George Banawea was the worst president? I agree he was the worst president, but you want to run this thing up to 2029 and hope to have another 6 years on a UP government? Do you really want to? Seeing what we are seeing, the Capitol building is burned down. The president cannot call these guys together and find a solution. And, you know, I mean, this is embarrassment. So the president should do better. But through it all and in all, the president will be on the next flight tomorrow or Sunday, 24 to 48 hours going to Ghana on a private jet, attending the ECOWAS summit. The president will be in Ghana probably after the election in Nimba and after the ruling of the Supreme Court. So imagine President Joseph Yema Boakai sitting in Tinubu And they say your majority black members, they are off. They end up, the Supreme Court didn't rule in their favor. No, President Obama said to his counterpart, we're going to fight it. I, as a president of the republic, will not agree, and the country will be on a problem in chaos. Are you kidding me? Is that what the president want to say? So I think the president got a long week ahead of him. World leaders, ECOWAS leaders, going to be sitting watching. Mr. President, what's going on in your country, Liberia? Now that they have the rule against your majority black, will you now focus on Fonati Kofa and the rest of the minority members? Or will you say, no, I'm playing the hard boy here? I mean, with the presidential leadership, what are you going to tell ECOWAS members, country, if you cannot fix your house? How are we going to even advise them? So the president will be departing the country on Sunday, going to Ghana, and we look forward to that. Now, this is the picture. I said, don't say, oh, that old picture. But then Joe, we are lied to the people. You know, Joe, we got all the fake pages, right? You got what, 10 different fake pages. So I said it was right to say the president lied. The president didn't openly say he endorsed Edith. You know, the editor did numbers and they put Edith's name on it. And the president accepted it. But this president again scammed his people. He scammed them. You know, when they were sharing this in the CDC chat room, you know, and what discussing is, the president lied. I would not expect Joe we have to lie. If you choose not to endorse Edith, say it. If you endorse Edith, come up, be the Joe Howard Taylor, do a video, or go to Nimba County and endorse Edith Gungaway. Guys, I'm pushed to make an announcement on the Nimba election. But I won't do it because this network for everyone. And as I control this network, I should just sit back and allow the people of Nimba to do the election. I hope that the right person wins. I hope the people vote for the interests of Nimba. I hope the people decide for the future, the healthcare, the education, what is happening at Asalamita, the roads, the infrastructure, better living in Nimba. The people got to think on this thing and vote. Don't vote because somebody gave back a rest of money. Vote because of your children's future. And I hope they will do so. And I hope George Manawe will make a decision here before Sunday. I also want to bring up the LACC recommendation. The president should act whether he's going to go ahead and remove Abdullah Kamar. Now he is going to court. The recommendation is very clear that the LTA commissioner chair, he's going to court. He's going to court. He stole the money. He ate the money. He and others are going to court. Guess what happened? Why in court would the president keep him to the position? President Obama got a lot of tabata in his hand. He got to take care of it. He has to take care of it. He has to fix the country. The people are getting tired. They are getting impatient. And only President Obama can fix the country. I like to end on this note with this video. I want everybody to watch this video and you decide. I finished talking, I say nothing. I will just play the video. You decide, we go home.
I know you received Senator Johnson. Yeah, hello there. Nimba is safe. Nimba is together. And we will fight to protect the Nimba you like and keep it together. Yes. And that's why I'm not in Monrovia today. I'm in all towns and villages of Nimba. Because of the tradition you left. That no one tribe among the 5 tribes in Nimba should keep the 2 senatorial seats. That value will be kept. And so as you have received Senator Johnson, you might be launching at your house there. We wish you well there.
I finished closing. I'm saying nothing. My mom said I'm not talking, my pastor I'm not talking, you decide on that one. You have a good night, y'all. That Jeremiah Kwanku, the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia. The rest is history. Fubi Henry, thank you very much.
A quick question for you though.
Yes, sir.
Did Judge Manawe, we have people confirm that he gave either that money and a pickup?
Yes.
Okay. That's good to know.
Yes. I mean, Judge Manawe, we are people chat room. I'm a ghost in there. And everything I say concerning the president is true. As I will call a name and I will share some of the text messages, but they don't want me to do so. So I will wait for the appointed time. But happy again, good Easter, good Friday to you all. Great. Have a good night.
Thank you, Stanton. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, to all of you that just joined, I want to appreciate you. It's been a great show. I want to say thanks to my sister Lorena Honoree, Lady Supreme. Thank you. I want to say thanks to Grace. Thank you for joining us. Armstrong, it's always good seeing you. Mato, thank you. Caroline Nippon, it's good. Ishaka Sharif, thank you very much. And to the nameline, again, we say thank you. Ruth Goba, our sister Goba. Stan, that a man named Stan. We want to say thank you. Tanu Jala, as always, we appreciate you joining us. And all of you out there, we want to say thanks for sharing the show. Thanks for being part of the program. As you see it, so it can't, I say my own, you say your own, and we go in peace. Then we meet again on a beautiful Saturday tomorrow. May God keep you, may God bless you, and have a good Friday weekend. Be blessed now, but be careful. Like I always said, I want to read this thing again because I love it. I'm going to read this because I do. Let me see if I can find it. I think I screenshot it. Oh, no, it disappeared, right? Okay, that's okay. I don't want to hold my sister Lorena too long. But again, you heard me saying it. Jesus knew Judas Iscariot, but he hung with him. He knew Judas was fake. He knew Judas was going to betray him. But he hung with Judas. And the rest, you know, is history. May God bless you. Have a good night, Lorena. Thank you.
Okay, sir. So many thanks to all of you for following us right here on Spawn FM 107.5, on Fabric 101.1, Spawn TV Live, Super TV Live, Fabric TV Live. Of course, we're also on YouTube, and that is Spawn Talk. That's our handle. Everything you needed to hear, you heard right here on the show. Another show is going to be on Spawn tomorrow evening at 8 p.m. Liberian time, and of course 4 EST, that is 4 Eastern time. So many thanks to all of you for viewing, those of you that share the show, listen to the program, and all of course relay the show across Liberia. You are highly appreciated. Again, have a wonderful evening, and hey, always put God first in whatever you do. It is a Christmas season, so be very careful and be spiritually sensitive as well. Take care.